check that one out.
6-1 bullet, 2-point start, 57.
Officer still stands for time? No. Offender in custody?
Good evening, everybody. Happy Friday night. Damn, my sinuses are killing me right before I start the damn show. Woo. Man, this whole weather changing going up and down. I know there's a lot of sickness going around there too. A lot of the mods are sick. Hope you get better. Hope you feel better. A lot of people catching COVID. We're hearing COVID here, COVID there. Please, everybody. Oh, be safe. It's that time of year. Yikes. tested the internet before I got on. I had to go to mobile hotspot right before the show. I don't know. We'll see if tomorrow's a better story. If not, I'll just continue to go off mobile. But I don't know. I think I'm burning through the gigabytes. I don't know. I got to take a look to see. Also, tomorrow, we're going to be having 2 shows tomorrow. We're going to have Typically Unique Conversations with CJ episode where we sit down and we have a conversation. Typically Unique. Shout out to you. Thank you for coming tomorrow. That will be at 2 o'clock Eastern with Typically Unique. And then at 7 o'clock Eastern, we're going to be doing a Flora 4 show. And we're going to be having Coach Kev and Kathy. Let me see here. I want to make sure I pronounce it right. Clendenning. Kathy Clendenning and Coach Kev will be having them on tomorrow night for a Flora 4 episode. Shout out Jinx. Thank you for that. That'll be 7 o'clock Eastern. And then I think the later show's going to be a little shorter. Not sure how long it's going to go. Probably about 2 hours. And then we'll see what goes on for the rest of that. For after that, tonight, because I am going to be going off the mobile hotspot, I'm probably not going to go past midnight. But we'll see. There's just there's some different cases I want to show you guys about, and we're still going to talk Idaho 4 as well. There's still some things I want to go over, but because we didn't get to have the Stephen Smith episode, and then there's some other cases. The one that we talked about earlier, if you're not familiar with it, let me go ahead and share this screen real quick. Whoops. This is I'm going to give you the link to the show that we had earlier. If you missed it, we went over the cold case of John Martin from Muskogee, Oklahoma. This happened September 25th, 2020. And skip ahead to let me see here. Skip ahead to the 30-minute mark. Basically, the 30-minute mark, if you skip ahead. So for about an hour and a half, you're going to hear us conversate, kind of go through. Towards the end of the show, there is more of a profile. But the thing is the profile, it's different stories. So I don't know. It's really crazy. If nobody's heard about it or checked it out, please check it out. We definitely need to have a show about this case in the future. It's messed up, sketch as hell. I mean, really sketch. And then I'm going to be showing you guys another case that Eric Allen. If you remember Eric Allen when we were doing our deep dives into the Stephen Smith case way back in the beginning of the year, we came across a channel called Eric Allen, and he did some really good videos on the Stephen Smith case as well. There's a couple episodes that we ended up using some of his content because he did such a great job with different perspectives as well. It really is StreamYard, because I'm on full bars here, and I think I just need to downgrade, because there should be no reason I have one frickin' bar on StreamYard. And if this is going to be the case, I might as well just go back to my regular internet, because I got full bars on my phone for the hotspot, and it's hardwired hotspot. So I don't understand what's going on here, StreamYard. Is everything going okay on the stream? Because it's showing me the number. I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. But anyway, I'm going to be showing you those and then a couple other ones as well. And we'll still be going into some Idaho 4 stuff too. But I wanted to share that with you guys real quick in case anybody missed it. Please check it out. John Martin, Muskogee, Oklahoma, September 15th, 2022. And it's all so sketchy. But there's so many details that need to be heard, questioned, talked about. There's so many details to it, so many questions. And I think if we could sit down and talk to the family sometime, we could, some of these details, if we could get it cleared up, I don't know. And it's really odd too. There's like 6 articles, that's it, and there's only one video. So I don't know. It don't make sense to me. Good evening, DS. How are you? Ticket number 1, Caddy. Hope you feel better. Yeah, there's so many that are sick. Oh, it's horrible. And it's worse than mine. I mean, I thought I had it bad a while back. Everybody I'm talking to is just, I feel so bad for y'all. We miss you too. Katrina, ticket number 3. Kid Kitty, ticket number 4. And I think I'm going to be doing some hangout at the lounge tonight. I might chill back and do some games or something. Ticket number 10, Bianca Yoli, what's up? Katrina Miller, how are you? Oh, shit, Phantom. What's up, Phantom? One of the OGs, member for 4 months. Thank you. One of the OGs, Phantom, from the very beginning. Appreciate you. Nina, ticket number 13. Deborah Lynn, ticket number 15. Thank you. Nevada. Oh, ticket number 18. Thank you very much. Definitely. You're not subbing and following. Definitely. What's up, Unravel? And Grizz, too. Shout out to Grizz for all his support. Tara Blue, thank you. How are you? Good evening to you. Kib Kitty, 6 months. Thank you so much. Aw, thank you, Unravel, for 4. Thank you so much. I know. It's like when aren't the sinuses messed up, It's getting to that point anymore. Before it was like a few weeks in spring, a few weeks in fall, and then all of a sudden it's like damn near every day. What's up, Lori Barker? How are you? I need some names of the wife and kids or something. There's nothing but granddaughter. I know, Katrina. I'm telling you, there's so little. There's so little. That's why I'm saying, if I could, if we could just talk, you know what I mean? If we could just talk, we'll figure it out. You know what hold on, let me see here. I'm going to go ahead and play, for anybody that wasn't in earlier, I'm just going to play the news clip that we played earlier. It's crazy. And I'll share the link for it too. It's crazy. All right, so here's the link to the video. And I'll just play it one time for you. Here's the link to this.
A violent home invasion, possibly linked to a land dispute, leads to the death of a Muskogee man. Now, this happened in September of 2020, and the family of John Martin still has no idea who killed him. Tonight, 2 News anchor Sharon Phillips looks into the facts of this cold case as we work with investigators to help close it.
Megan Lindsay fondly remembers her grandfather, John Martin, as a big, stern man who loved his family fiercely.
He didn't tolerate a whole lot, especially from us kids, but he was a loving man.
Her grandparents lived in this house, nestled on Monta Avenue in Muskogee. She says it was a peaceful neighborhood until a masked gunman destroyed their lives September 15th, 2020.
I had just gotten to work and the phone rang, and it was my mother, and she was just screaming that Dad's been shot. And I don't think I've ever driven that fast in my entire life.
Megan recalls what her grandmother told her about the events from that violent day.
She said that she heard something, and so she came up from the den, and that there was a man standing in the doorway with a mask on, holding a gun, and he had pointed it at her. He just looked right at her and just shot 4 times.
Megan tells me that her grandfather always had a gun near him, and that day he happened to have it right next to his chair. That's when he pulled it out and fired, trying to hit the suspect, but hit the door. Sergeant Dylan Swain with the Muskogee Police Department says they were quickly able to determine what type of weapon the intruder used.
We basically had established that there was no shell casings while we were there, and we figured out that that was probably a revolver of some kind.
Swain says one key piece of evidence was missing in this case.
So the direct across the street neighbor had a doorbell cam that faced Mr. Martin's front door, and the night before he deactivated it.
So there was no surveillance video or anything that you all could use?
Nothing.
Investigators took bullet fragments from Martin's chair and everything else they could find, but nothing came back.
The running theory, especially from the family, was that this was done in retaliation for the ongoing land dispute.
Megan says she agrees with that theory of a possible motive.
I don't know if they were just trying to cheat him out of the money that he had paid for the land, or if the person that was paid for the land just decided to sell it to 2 people.
John Martin passed away from his injuries roughly a week after the shooting and home invasion that left his family shattered. Megan says her family is desperate for answers and is offering a $5,000 reward for any information leading to an arrest and a conviction in this case. Sharon Phillips, 2 News, Oklahoma.
So sad. Oh, it's all good, Detective. I know, Scarlett. Trust me, after the show was done earlier, I was even like, It just it don't make any sense. You got different descriptions. One says dark clothing, one states gray hoodie. I don't know. One piece of evidence is missing is the neighbor's door cam. But where's the bullets? Yeah, because there's nothing. There's nothing. You literally go on YouTube, there's one video. One video. That's it. Yeah, it's... I don't know. I would think that you would think the daughter would come back and look at the video, right? That's the thing. Like, there's nothing out there. There's nothing out there. And when you look at these different articles state different things. Detective, I was just sitting up late on the computer testing different things, trying to do some work. Because the internet would come in and go here and there, so I would try and hop on and do what I could until it cut out again, and then I would just lose whatever I was working on. What time was it? It was right when the video dropped, 20 hours ago, so it was 11:30 last night. And then I saw the video and I was like, oh shit. I watched it a couple times and I was like, you know what? If the internet works tomorrow morning, I'm just going to do a daytime true crime because I want to cover this. Because after I watched the video last night, I started to look it up. And as I was looking it up, with just in an hour, all I could find was no videos on YouTube. And well, first I looked on the internet for articles and I found like 5 or 6. And then after that, I was like, where in the hell's the articles? So I'm like, well, maybe there's something on YouTube, local press conference, something. I go to YouTube and then that's when I see that there's nothing else on YouTube besides that one. So I'm like, well, I got to talk about it. I mean, look, this is my only YouTube video for the case. So then after I seen that, and then I'm like, well, there's 5 or 6 articles. There's no other YouTube video on it. I definitely need to bring it up tomorrow morning, this morning. And I'm like, this has to be talked about because when you listen to, we kind of dug into it on this morning show. We kind of dug into it pretty good with the articles in the video. So if you didn't watch this morning show, definitely go check it out. Just skip to the 30-minute mark and it's only an hour and a half. Yeah, and then when you try and look up, like, because there's so many questions and there's not much out there, so it's like, well, I want to talk to the daughter. Maybe I could talk to the mom. Well, that Deborah Lynn, when we went into it earlier, we went into where it is actually located, and it's by Henrietta. So if you know anything that we've talked about when it comes to Henrietta and the stuff that, by the way, if you're a member, go check out the Henrietta episode. That's a members only, where we talk to somebody from there. I don't know, man. It's like it's sketchy. It's definitely sketchy. It almost seems that way. But it's so crazy. It's so crazy. Definitely, if you haven't checked out the episode from this morning, take the hour and a half to watch it sometime. It is. All you can do is get to the conclusion that you can get to in the show earlier, honestly, because there's nothing else to go off of. There's nothing. And it makes absolutely no sense. No sense. Makes absolutely no sense. I even thought about cutting out the beginning of it and just re-uploading it, I don't know. Just to get it talked about. I don't know, man. It's It's messed up. All right, hold on here. I'm gonna. You know what? I'm sure the daughter's gonna come back and read the messages on the video, right? It's the only one. Type in chat what I should leave on a comment for the video, and maybe she'll come across it and she'll see that we typed a comment, and maybe she will reach out or something. I don't know. It is weird. The wife came from out of the den, came into the room as the person had the gun pointed at the victim, and then just looked at her while they did that. Yes, wife was unharmed. Yeah, this isn't. Yeah, this is. I even searched after the show. There's nothing. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't understand it. And the fact that the daughter is putting up her own money for a reward for somebody to come forward is a bunch of bullshit. They shouldn't have to do that. It should already happen without them spending one penny. So the fact that there's no articles, the fact that there's nothing. We need to talk about it. We have to. What do you think I should type on the video? I'm going to type a message on the video from the news station. Typically, I just don't even do that shit, really. But maybe the daughter, maybe Megan will come across the video, tomorrow or something, or maybe even tonight, maybe on the 24-hour mark, she'll come back and check it. What's up, Tana? She'll come back and check it, and then it'll, what should I write? I don't want to. I never do this, but what is a respectful way to let Megan know that we would like to talk to her on the video, on the comment section? Now, when it came out, and I watched it, I was like, oh my gosh, this is so sad. Thanks for bringing awareness to it, to KJRH, the news station. So I already commented and shouted out some love when I first came across the video last night. But I want to write a message. Well, she has to be aware of the video because she did the interview, right? I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I want to reach out to her, but it's like shit. Literally, I'm one of 3 likes. And I'm the only one with a comment. How about Megan reach out to us so we can spread your word? So we can help spread your word? How about let us help you get his story out? Megan. Let's do Megan with a heart. Reach out to us. Hold on. If you would like us to help you get this out. Megan, let me see here. Megan, please reach out if you'd like us to help you get his story out there. Hold on, I feel like I should write something else. I feel like I need to put something else on it. I don't know. I feel like it's incomplete. I feel like I need to put something else on it. I'm just trying to. Well, here. We'll switch to this. While I let it, I'm not going to enter it yet. I feel like there's something else I need to say, and I don't know what it is yet. I don't know. I have that sense that I feel like there's something else that I have to say, and I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to put it. I don't know how to say it. I just feel like I gotta wait because there's something else that's I don't know. So I'm just gonna let it sit there for a minute. We're gonna go into another video here. All right, give me 1 second. So before we get into the Idaho 4 stuff, there's another case that like I said, I was chilling back, and one of my favorite creators that I ran into a long time ago, doing the Stephen Smith case, I was like, oh, boom, ended up popping up on a live. I was like, wow, usually the dude doesn't go live, and usually I'm so busy. I'm like, hey, let me hop in and check it out. And I was like, holy shit, this is a crazy freaking case. Now, I'm not going to show you the video that I watched, because the video that I watched is a part 4. But after the part 4, the part 1 popped up on the screen to go to the next thing. So I went ahead and clicked on that, because Eric Allen, he does amazing work. Shout out Eric Allen. And so I watched the episode 1 that I'm gonna show you guys tonight, and we'll go into some of the other ones on the true crime shows. It's you guys want to talk that it's going to be nothing but crazy cases, and then we're going to be talking about Idaho. It's all crazy tonight. It's all crazy tonight. This one's crazy sketch. So let me get Eric Allen's channel. If you're not sub, definitely go sub. Like I said, we were doing our Stephen Smith. Here's Eric Allen. We were doing our Stephen Smith deep dive. Speaking of, if you didn't watch that, let me drop the link for that as well. Where is that one? Stephen Smith, mysterious cover-up. And in a few of these episodes, I think it's like 16 episodes we did. But in a couple of these episodes, we featured Eric Allen's stuff on there. And shout out to him, does an amazing job. Amazing research. One of my favorite YouTube channels, everybody. Seriously, when it comes to research and documenting and presentation and editing, everything. This gentleman right here is one of the best on YouTube. So if you're not sub, definitely please go sub. So this is a case that's talking. There's so many people involved too. So many people involved. April Jones, Faith Roach, Kevin Craig, Jennifer Fay, Kevin Mailer. I mean, and then the list goes on and on and on and on. And when we watch episode 1, you're also, trust me, we definitely need to do some digging on this John Martin cold case. We definitely need to do some digging. What's up, Kylie? Thank you for hopping in. Definitely need to do some digging on it. This one right here, there's a lot of shit that don't make sense either. And this is kind of like another situation where nobody wants to say nothing. But then there are some people that are saying something, and it's pretty crazy. So again, I'm going to share the link. Again, if you're not subbed to Eric Allen, you definitely need to. One of my favorite channels on YouTube. So we're going to sit back. This is episode 1 that we're going to watch. And this is also dealing with some a place in South Carolina again. And you know what? I go right by the damn place every single time I drive through there. So I don't know about what it's going to be like in the wintertime, but definitely when it comes springtime. Yeah, it's crazy, y'all. So I'm going to share the link to this video as well. Definitely save it to your playlist. We're going to check this one out too. Ticket number 38. Thank you so much, Kylie. How are you tonight? All right, let me see here. Eric Allen. And I need to also finish up this message to Megan.
There's a small town on the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains in South Carolina called Walhalla. In this town, there is a community of people with a problem. In the past few years, there has been multiple deaths and disappearances in this group. I decided to try to get to the bottom of them. I spoke with family of the victims, the investigators on the case, and suspects. I'm likely going to be doing multiple seasons to cover these, but for this first season, I'm going to focus in on 3 of them. In January of 2019, 37-year-old April Jones was found dead in a workshop on her property.
Autopsy said looked like she had rope burns on her wrists, her ankles, her neck.
Her death was initially ruled a result of an accidental overdose and hypothermia, though evidence has since come to light that shows this might not be the case. Just 1 week after April was found dead, 26-year-old Faith Roach disappears. The last place she was seen was at a home that April was also at just 2 days before her death.
Horror movies are not made up to some of the stories we've been told.
Faith Roach is missing to this day. 3 months after Faith's disappearance, 32-year-old Kevin Craig is found on a hot summer day dead. He was
an unaliving after another unaliving after another unaliving. It's crazy.
Barricaded from the inside of a room in his trailer. There were syringes found next to him, but no drugs found in his system.
Nice. You found a Facebook group, detective? You found a Facebook group? Hell yeah. That's awesome. I know everybody's getting sick. Yeah, 77 years old when the crime took place. And I'm just going to put, we want to help in any way we can. Thank you and your family for your strength. Our thoughts and prayers are with you all. ECJ family. There we go. Yeah, 77 years old, September 15th, 2020 is when the crime took place. Yeah, it is a very common name. But the thing is you type in John Martin in Muskegee, Oklahoma. I mean, come on. You should be able to, it shouldn't take you too long. You know what I mean? Because how many people are in Muskegee? 39,000. That's it. Can't be too many John Martins. You know what I'm saying? And then when it comes to the person passing away in a crime, you're singling it out as well. Muskegee crime. You know what I mean? Like, it shouldn't. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Ooh, hold on a minute. Thank you, detective. Let me see something. Join group. Let me see. Let me write something in the group. Let me take this comment. All right. So here is the group. Facebook group. Here, let me put a... the stupid emojis. All right, so let me see here. Let me... So here's the link if you want to join the Facebook group. There you go. If you want to join the Facebook group. All right, create post. So I'll just put it out there on there we go. Wrote a post to it's just pending. Thank you, detective. We can actually I left a comment on the video and we left a comment. What? Yeah, it is. Oh my gosh, is it? Yeah, it is, ain't it? It looks like him. Oh, whoa, 2015. Oh no, this ain't the right dude. No. Whoops. No, it's not. No, it's not him. No, that's not the same dude. I only saw from the chin down, so I'm like, oh. I mean, it looked like the dude from this picture over to the left. But then when you look closer at it, it's like, no, that's not him. That's not him. Because see the bottom? It kind of looks similar. And then you look at the picture from far back. But no, the dates don't line up because this says 2016. This didn't happen until 2020. So this guy passed. Before. Thank you, though. All right. We'll get back to this.
The case. Just 1 week after April was found dead, 26-year-old Faith Roach disappears. The last place she was seen was at a home that April was also at just 2 days before her death.
Horror movies are not made up to some of the stories we've been told.
Faith Roach is missing to this day. 3 months after Faith's disappearance, 32-year-old Kevin Craig is found on a hot summer day dead. He was barricaded from the inside of a room in his trailer. There were syringes found next to him, but no drugs found in his system. His death was ruled as a result of heat exposure and seizures. Similar to April's death, information has been brought to light that could change this, and the sheriff's office even wrote up warrants to charge someone with Kevin Craig's murder.
Our investigators have determined Kevin Craig was murdered because of what he knew about the disappearance of Faith Roach.
So to recap, we'll be investigating the death of April Jones, the disappearance of Faith Roach, and the death of Kevin Craig, and attempting to see if all three of these cases are actually connected. Going into this, I had no idea what I was actually getting myself into.
This is a complete game changer for you. It is. You do not know how much danger you will be in.
Yeah, it's crazy. She was like, you don't know how much danger you're going to be in. And it's true. As you listen to the story. What's up, Kevin? Don't have any info on it. Don't have any info. This is a case that talks about April Jones, Faith Roach, Kevin Craig, Jennifer Faye, Kevin Mahler. Now, this is also a case that not a lot of people are talking, and there's a whole lot of sketch that went down. This is another case where it's so sketch, but it's involving here. Let me rewind it here. It's involving these three people right here. So first April Jones was unalived. Then recently after that, then Faith was. Then a couple months later, Kevin was, because he had information about what happened to the other two. And you're going to see some real, it's small town. And nobody is saying shit except for there's a couple people saying stuff. But what's crazy is why is there nothing being done? Now, the reason that I'm talking about this one is not only we had that case introduced to us from last night and I brought it this morning. Sketchy as hell. Nobody's talking. So sketchy. Then after I'm trying to find, some information, and then I'm chilling back for a while, and then one of my favorite YouTubers pops up and actually has a live, which usually Eric doesn't. And he happened to have a live today, and it was part 4 of this video. And then when I checked out part 1, I was like, whoa, this is way even deeper, because in part 4 it was just mainly about faith. But when I checked out part 1, this one we're watching right now, I was like, holy shit, this is way more involved. And I thought the other was sketchy as hell. So I wanted to show this to you guys, and then we're going to go into some Idaho 4 stuff too after this, just to kind of cover some different cases, get into Idaho 4, and then we'll be having our conversations with CJ, Flora episode tomorrow, and then we'll be back on some Idaho shows. Just because I wasn't able to get to it this week with the internet being all messed up. It's StreamYard's crashing again. I can see the numbers now. It's already bottomed out. And then we didn't get to do our Stephen Smith stuff, so I'm going to try and get to some Stephen Smith too. But I wanted to, since I wasn't on, I wanted to kind of get these, and then we'll get into some Idaho stuff too. Because, like, first of all, I don't know, we'll talk about it a little bit.
And attempting to see if all 3 of these cases are actually connected. Going into this,
So again, it's April Jones, Faith Roach, Kevin Craig.
Overdose and hypothermia, though evidence has since come to light that shows this might not be the case. Just 1 week after. There's a small town on the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains in South Carolina called Walhalla. In this town, there is a community of people with a problem. In the past few years, there has been multiple deaths and disappearances in this group. I decided to try to get to the bottom of them. I spoke with family of the victims, the investigators on the case, and suspects. I'm likely going to be doing multiple seasons to cover these, but for this first season, I'm going to focus in on 3 of them. In January of 2019, 37-year-old April Jones was found dead in a workshop on her property.
Autopsy said looked like she had rope burns on her wrists, her ankles, her neck.
Her death was initially ruled a result of an accidental overdose and hypothermia, though evidence has since come to light that shows this might not be the case. Just 1 week after April was found dead, 26-year-old Faith Roach disappears. The last place she was seen was at a home that April was also at just 2 days before her death.
Horror movies are not made up to some of the stories we've been told.
Faith Roach is missing to this day.
And at the house, the infamous house is called the White House. Why do you think it's called the White House? I mean, it is a White House, but think about it.
After Faith's disappearance, 32-year-old Kevin Craig is found on a hot summer day dead. He was barricaded from the inside of a room in his trailer. There were syringes found next to him, but no drugs found in his system. His death was ruled as a result of heat exposure and seizures. Similar to April's death, information has been brought to light that could change this, and the sheriff's office even wrote up warrants to charge someone with Kevin Craig's murder.
Our investigators have determined Kevin Craig was murdered because of what he knew about the disappearance of Faith Roach.
So to recap, we'll be investigating the death of April Jones, the disappearance of Faith Roach, and the death of Kevin Craig, and attempting to see if all 3 of these cases are actually connected. Going into this, I had no idea what I was actually getting myself into.
This is a complete game changer for you. It is. You do not know how much danger you will be in.
Before we dive into the details, let's lay some groundwork. Oconee County, South Carolina, where Walhalla is located, is in the northwestern part of the state, bordering Georgia and North Carolina. The county from the south end to the north end is a gradient of foothills up to the Blue Ridge Mountains. The west border of the county runs along the Chattooga River, with North Georgia on the other side. The east border runs along a series of connected lakes. It's a truly beautiful area.
My gosh, look at that. That is so fucking beautiful. Man. Oh, you're good, Nina. No, that's the truth. That's why it's called the White House. Yeah, because it's white, but also, Master P made a song about it. It's called Ghetto D.
area. My first trip to the area to film was as the weather was cooling down and the leaves were changing colors. Driving through the winding mountain roads felt like an oddly calm contrast to the reason for me being there in the first place, to get to the bottom of these tragic mysteries. By the way, my name is Eric Allen. I live about 4 hours from Oconee County on the coast in Beaufort, South Carolina. If you follow true crime, you'll know that's the area the Murdaugh saga has been unfolding in, and that's actually how I got my start in true crime.
Yeah, I didn't know that's how he got his start into true crime, but when we were doing our Stephen Smith episode, everybody that was around when we were doing that, we came across his episodes after the first couple. Amazing work. Does amazing work. Like I said, one of my favorite YouTube channels. So shout out Eric Allen. Here's the video link, and definitely go show some love to this video. Thank him for his hard work and his efforts. Truly is a great YouTube channel.
But that's another story. Walhalla, South Carolina is a small town on the foothills. It calls itself the gateway to the Blue Ridge Mountains. Many of the people I spoke to in the area had lived there their whole lives, and many of them their families did as well, for generations before them. And that was the case for 58-year-old Andy Jones, the husband of April Jones. He grew up in Walhalla and later built his own home on the same road he grew up on.
And I don't the husband's not a suspect when it comes to anything that took place. But the crazy part is as we get to watch this, why in the fuck was this dude letting his wife be gone for days? I don't what you're gonna let your wife not come home at night for days, bro? All the time? Why in the fuck did you not, why were you not, I don't understand. Why were you not? What the hell?
This is where him and April lived when April...
What's up, Mark and Betty? Ticket number 43. Thank you so much.
Passed. This house was different from many of the older...
And listen, as he goes into this community, these people that he's talking about and that we're talking about, this not the only shady shit that went down there. He's gonna mention other things that went down there too.
Andy Jones, the husband of April Jones. He grew up in Walhalla and later built his own home on the same road he grew up on. This is where him and April lived when April passed. This house was different from many of the older trailers that lined the same road. It was a well-built, cozy wooden home that, like I said, Andy actually built himself. The road that this home is on, though, has some sketchier areas to it. One of the disappearances I'll be covering next season, a man named Josh, was last seen a quarter mile down the road. There's also a death I'm covering next season where a man was beaten with a bat before he was left inside his trailer that was subsequently lit on fire, burning with him inside.
You know what I mean?
This occurred within about half a mile from April's home.
Look at this. This is all from that area, yo. And this is crazy because every time that I go to Myrtle Beach, I drive through this freaking spot every single time. When I saw Walhalla, I was like, damn, I drive through that all the time. When they're talking about the entryway to the Blue Ridge Mountain, yeah, Blue Ridge this, Blue Ridge that, Blue Ridge this. I'm like, damn. Yeah, see what I'm saying? Oh, I might even actually, let me see. Yeah, because I go on 76, 85. Wait, hold on. No, I go on. I think it's 76, maybe. It's not that far off. Maybe like 45 minutes. When I go by it, it ain't that far. How many people live there? Let me see. Not very many. It doesn't even tell you. Hold on. $4,095. 4,000 people. What's up, Lori? 4,000 people. Who's Charlie? Who's who? There's so many damn. That's somebody that their trailer, they were unalived, and then their trailer was set on fire. It's crazy.
He grew up in Walhalla and later built his own home on the same road he grew up on. This is where him and April lived when April passed. This house was different from many of the older trailers that...
Yeah, it's mostly older trailers and stuff, but this guy was he built his own house. So normally it would be like trailers or campers. You see a camper up there. Normally it was trailers and such. So a lot of these are going to deal with trailers, but this guy was from there. He built his own house on property where a lot of the trailers were located because it was mostly trailers. It's only 4,000 people. It's not that big. Yeah, it's sketchy.
That lined the same road. It was a built his own home on the same road he grew up on. This is where him and April lived when April passed.
That's the home he built, and then he built a shed, more like a garage. That's beautiful. It even had skylights in it. Those are a pain in the ass if you don't do them right. They constantly leak.
This house was different from many of the older trailers that lined the same road. It was a well-built, cozy wooden home that, like I said, Andy actually built himself. The road that this home is on, though, has some sketchier areas to it. One of the disappearances I'll be covering next season, a man named Josh, was last seen a quarter mile down the road. There's also a death I'm covering next season where a man was beaten with a bat before he was left inside his trailer that was subsequently lit on fire, burning with him inside. Again, this occurred within about half a mile from April's home.
All of this is occurring, people, and there's only this isn't the freaking south side of Chicago. You're familiar with it? I'm not. Yellow underbellies. This is crazy.
April Jones was found lying in the back corner of the workshop on her and her husband's property. She had been on a multi-day drug bender, and the official ruling of April's death was overdose and hypothermia. The report says she has bruises consistent with a fall, but I've seen the photos of April's body. She was covered in bruises and wounds, and markings on her wrist and neck made it look as if she may have even been tied up. I spoke with April's mother.
I walked in and I looked at him and I said, "That's not my kid."
Mm.
When you look at him, you'll know why.
Yeah.
All right, you tell me. Look at these. This was around her neck. Okay. This was her neck. That was her feet.
Wow.
Okay. Look at this.
This is supposed to be consistent.
This is her hands. You know, she fell.
She fell.
Yeah.
I mean, would she fall off of a cliff? I mean,
her family does not believe that she died from an overdose and hypothermia. We'll get into the details of her death later, but first, let's get to know April Jones. April had grown up in Walhalla. She was 37 years old when she died and left behind her husband, 3 kids, and numerous friends and loved ones.
April was my oldest daughter. She was rambunctious, to say the least. I mean, you know, she came into this world screaming and probably went out screaming, if I know her. She had her problems. You know, she got involved with the drugs. I don't deny that. The drugs took a hold of her. She would do great for a while, and then it was just like, you know, back into it. She thought she could save everybody. It didn't matter if somebody come to her and they needed a place to stay, they was there. She tried to save everybody but herself. That's just the person she was.
So she had a heart for others.
Yes, she wanted to save everybody.
I also spoke with April's daughter, Hannah. She's only 20 years old, but has lived more life than most.
And this poor girl, you can tell that not only this, but other things affected her, you know. Just listen to some of the stories that she talks about. And, you know, the last time they were together, her mom was arguing with her. I mean, it was just crazy. This poor little girl.
My mama, she was the light of this entire town. She was on both sides of the town, you know, like she had that reputation of, you know, doing drugs or whatever, but then she also had the other side where it was like she was a damn good person. Everybody loved her. Every person she came around, like that smile ear to ear. She just had that, like, you walk in a room and it's like, you know, she brought sunshine with her.
April spent years in and out of jail before going to prison for 2.5 years. When she got out, she started getting her life back together.
Everything was getting normal, really. That's what it felt like. Then everything just kind of got stripped away again. As soon as I started actually getting a relationship with my mom for the first time in 14 years, you're going to take her away from me.
When I spoke with April's mother, April's best friend had tagged along as well.
Matter of fact, I was going to the Potter's house and she called me and she was crying. She's like, JJ, I'm getting baptized Sunday. Will you go to church with me? I said, I will be there with bells on. Seeing her take that step in life, I was so happy for her because I watched her overcome so much.
But the drugs would end up getting a hold of her again. And drugs did change April in a massive way.
When she would come around me, I would know right then. I mean, she would be high strung.
No, this is Walhalla, South Carolina. It's on the complete other end of South Carolina. It's the very western middle tip, or I should say northern tip, because South Carolina is more like an upside down triangle. So it's the northernmost west tip of South Carolina. And this is just one, and then there's another one and another one, and it's
thing. I mean, just, you know, wide open.
Yeah,
wide open. She was a good person, no doubt. But drugs are the devil.
A few days before her death, April got in a huge argument with her family.
Last time I seen her, you know, it was an argument because I woke up that morning and my car's gone. Where's my car? I was livid. Cussed mama everything she was worth. And she brings it back and she's got like baskets and baskets of clothes and there's chocolate syrup all on my fucking seat. So I got in the car and I was taking her home. She was in my face screaming, like, on the way home. I slammed on the brakes. She went to the dash. Crazy shit. The last memory I have of my mom.
Can you imagine that? That's the last memory. You have your mom screaming in your fucking ear after she just stole your car. After your mom just steals your car, she's screaming in your fucking face, and then you brake check her so she goes into the fucking dash. That has to be some fucking chaos, yo. Can you imagine what this poor girl fucking grew up like? That's some fucking chaos, man. That's some fucking chaos. The last day that you see her, she done stole your car, and then after you get it back and you're driving her back home, she's screaming in your fucking face enough for you to brake check her multiple times so she flies into the dash each time to get her to shut up. That's some fucking chaos, man. Can you imagine how that poor girl.
Imagine sitting with that one for 4 years. Still gonna sit with it for the rest of my life. But
when she left my house, she
that poor girl
hijacked my cell phone. We got into it, and Hannah, which is the oldest daughter, went to take her home back to Andy's, and she told me, she said, "You'll need me before I need you." Last words. I never saw her again until under the truck.
Yeah. I know all this doesn't paint April in the best light, and I'm not trying to make excuses for her, but I learned so much from my times in Walhalla. Certain drugs can cause people to do or say things they would never do or say with a clear mind. Anyways, April then went on a multi-day drug bender and spent her last few days at a few homes near her house.
And I feel like I failed her because, like, you know, before my mama died or was found dead, you know, the neighbors, they came all the way up to my nana's and they was like, you know, April, she's in the house, like, she's a little everywhere, you know, you need to come get her. We'd been dealing with her for almost 2 weeks beforehand. Like, went and got her. Andy was here, or thought he was. You know, we're like, just tell Andy to get her. He's right there as his wife. Yeah. And I know now that if we would have just gotten up and went and got her.
That's what I'm saying. Why in the fuck, when you have people calling saying you need to come get your wife because she's all over the place, why in the fuck are you, number one, why is anybody even calling telling you gotta come get your wife because she's all over the place? And number two, why in the fuck didn't you get up and go get your damn wife, bro? Screw having it be the kids' responsibility to go get their fucking mother. Where in the fuck are you as a husband? Where in the fuck are you as a husband? You gonna let your wife fucking go out like that? You're gonna let your wife roam around for days and days and days? I feel sorry for some of the women out there, man. Dealing with pieces of shit men like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry for y'all.
She wouldn't be dead.
Let me give y'all some advice. There's a billion motherfuckers on this planet. There ain't no reason to deal with somebody that's treating you what you ain't, you know what I'm saying? There's a billion fucking people out there. There's always somebody that's willing to treat you right.
After speaking with Hannah, Andy walked me down to the workshop where he found April to tell me about the night he found her. Going to all these locations and interviewing the people involved in these stories means that these documentaries take a long time to make, and I wouldn't be able to do it without the support of my sponsors. All
right, we're going to skip the food commercials. Where in the fuck are you as a husband?
Explain it.
Kids don't come down here anymore. I mean, I do very little. I found April laying right there. When I coming home from work, it was 1 a.m. I saw the lights on in here, and you see under that door. And at the time, my son, I got a son that's 23 now. He and some of his friends would come here and hang out in the evenings, drink beer. I just thought they'd been here and left and got to turn the lights off. So I stopped and gonna cut the lights off. When I opened that door, when I pushed it back, I saw her laying in here.
He explained that his truck was backed into the workshop and April was found lying in the small space between the truck and the workshop wall.
And I came over and felt of her. I tried to feel a pulse, and the instant I touched her, I knew she was dead. Her skin felt different.
Let me get a quick shot of this, and we don't need to spend too much time in here. Andy had found April after getting off work late Monday night, technically early Tuesday morning, at around 1 a.m. Here's a few excerpts from the police report. Quote, "I walked over to the victim and immediately noticed some unusual red markings on her right wrist and hand area that looked like scratches, as well as several other markings which did not appear to be scratches. I also observed what appeared to be bruises on her right forehead." The coroner then advised that he was ruling this as a suspicious death at this time. At the address next door, we met a Thomas Smith at the front door who had the odor of alcoholic beverage on his person. Thomas stated the victim was brought to his house by two males in a truck Monday morning, leaving around 9 a.m. He indicated that she crossed his side yard to return to her home. He stated that she was known to be a drug user and believed that she was high on her drug of choice, meth. He went on to report that she left Sunday morning without additional issues and seemed to be in good health. So let's recap the last few days of April's life. She had stolen her mother's phone and went on a multi-day drug binge. According to the next-door neighbor Tom, she was brought to his place by two men in a truck. He says he didn't know them. April was at his...
Just a couple houses down. Not at the house. Just a couple houses down.
His place Saturday and stayed through Sunday morning. This is the last time she was seen alive. Andy told me he was in the workshop on Sunday night with his daughter.
So again, they bring her there Saturday.
Health. So let's recap the last few days of April's life. She had stolen her mother's phone and went on a multi-day drug binge. According to the next-door neighbor Tom, she was brought to his place by two men in a truck. He says he didn't know them. April was at his place Saturday and stayed through Sunday morning. This is the last time she was seen alive. Andy told me he was in the workshop on Sunday night with his daughter and April was not there. She is found late Monday night, early Tuesday morning, locked in the workshop on her property. What April was doing between Sunday morning when she is last seen and when she's found is unknown. The police end up ruling April's death a result of an accidental overdose and hypothermia. But why would April not just walk to her home next to the workshop? The workshop was not heated. And why would she lock herself in? And what about the condition of her body? None of this made any sense to April's family.
I know as well as I'm sitting here that my daughter didn't kill herself. She didn't lay down under that truck and just die.
To be honest, I think she struggled. She struggled with somebody. Looked like she had been drugged. The autopsy said she had rope burns on her wrists, her ankles, her neck, and they said it looked like she had been tied in the downward doggy position for 2 hours. Did a rape kit, came back clean, whatever.
Like she was tied for 2 hours. Our kit came back clean. She didn't have any undergarments on. The mom even said when she walked in, she's like, that's not my daughter, because she looked at her and saw all the bruising. When you see them going through the photos and you see her explaining all the bruises, you can see his reaction. He's like, oh, you can see it's not a reaction. He probably didn't expect to see the pictures he saw. Because when you look at his reaction, he was like, that's not a typical reaction. That's shock. I don't know what else to fucking say kind of reaction. And this isn't the only one. It gets crazy deep.
To be honest, I think she struggled. She struggled with somebody. Looked like she had been drugged. The autopsy said she had rope burns on her wrists, her ankles, her neck, and they said it looked like she had been tied in the downward doggy position for 2 hours. Did a rape kit, came back clean. Whatever. She had no panties, no bra on. Whatever. None of it made sense. So I think, she struggled to try and
need to dive deeper into the days leading up to her death. After April got in the argument with her family and stole her mother's phone, she was at a home April's mother calls the White House. The White House is about a mile from April's home and was a well-known place in the area to get drugs. Faith Roach, who went missing a week after April died, was also at the White House around this time. A man named Kevin Mailer could often be found there.
People would tell me that she was at the end of my dirt road at the White House meeting Kevin Mailer. I have been told that Faith was out there.
Really, that same time with. Can you say who told you that?
No, I'd rather not.
That's fine.
That's a good source.
Okay. Kevin Mailer, who many in this area refer to as Boston, is 56 years old. He's a known drug dealer in the area, or at least was, and has a long history of crime over the years. He's spent about 8 of the last 10 years in prison. Before he moved to Walhalla, South Carolina in around 1996, he lived in Massachusetts, where he was a suspect in the disappearance of a young woman named Jennifer Fay, who went missing in 1989. I won't be covering Jennifer Fay in this series, but there is a podcast by Barstool Sports called The Case.
Okay, so if you want to go to Barstool Sports, it's called The Case, episode 1, Jennifer. This dude that he's talking about right now, as we kind of go through these on some more shows, you'll see that this gentleman, he keeps popping up a lot of places.
Covered her as well as some of the other people in this series. I'd encourage you to listen to them after this series to get a different perspective on things. Anyways, you'll hear me and others in this podcast refer to Kevin Mailer sometimes as Boston and sometimes as Kevin, so just keep in mind that that's the same person. Kevin Mailer's name has been brought up in all 3 of these cases that we're going to be investigating, and at the time of writing this has murder charges written up for him for the 3rd case, Kevin Craig. Through my investigations, I came up with multiple scenarios as to what could have happened with each case, and there's one scenario that links Kevin Mailer with them all.
Kevin Wayne Mailer is being charged with murder and kidnapping and the death of Kevin Craig. Our investigators have determined Kevin Craig was murdered because of what he knew about the disappearance of our missing person being Faith Roach.
Through my investigation, I found reason to believe that Faith may have disappeared because she had knowledge that could implicate Kevin Mailer in the death of April Jones.
And it's true. The streets do talk. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the times the streets know the truth before the investigators do in a lot of situations, because the streets talk. It's just if you have your ear down on the street or not, whether you hear it.
The theory is that Kevin Mailer killed April Jones, and in order to cover his tracks, he had to get rid of Faith. Then, in order to cover his tracks from getting rid of Faith, he had to get rid of Kevin Craig. But this was just my initial theory early on. Is there any truth to it? What evidence do we have for or against it? And what other theories are there for each case? There is a lot to cover in this series, and I want to encourage you to hold your opinions lightly and be open to changing them as new information is provided. I'll try to look for biases I might have in the research and creation of this documentary, as well as biases you as a listener might have, and describe them as we go. We'll start this now with the complexity bias. The Farnham Street blog describes the complexity bias as, quote, a logical fallacy that leads us to give undue credence to complex concepts. Faced with 2 competing hypotheses, we are likely to choose the more complex one. That's usually the option with the most assumptions and regressions. End quote. This doesn't mean the complex hypothesis is the wrong one, just that statistically it's the less likely one, even though we as humans have a tendency to see it as the more likely one. I think there's even more to it when it comes to a series like this. The more complex theories are simply more interesting and, for lack of a better word, entertaining. Just remember that this doesn't make them more likely to be true. Back to the story. At the time of writing this, Boston is in prison for possession of meth with intent to distribute. But when I first went to Walhalla, I was able to speak with someone who was very close with Boston. We'll call this person Person A. They remember the night that April died. Well, I've changed Person A's voice for this series.
January 28th is when April got killed. And I say got killed because her mom showed me them pictures, man, and that girl didn't, that's not, no.
Here's Person A referring to Boston.
You had something to do with that shit that happened to April because he left here at 11:30. And I'll never forget this. It was not raining when he left, but when he came back, it was, and it was 2:30 a.m. And he was running and he ran in the house. Him and Barry both ran in the house.
Person A also mentions the name Barry. This is referring to Barry Neal, who was a good friend of Kevin Mailer's, as well as his driver when Boston was selling drugs. I did get to speak with Barry Neal, and we'll talk more about him in future episodes. So let's take a look at this timeline. The neighbor says at some point April was brought to his home by two men he didn't know. I think it's possible that these two men were Kevin Mailer and Barry Neal.
And I think the Person A that he keeps referring to that he had these conversations with, by the way, I do have a voice changer. But I think that's the person who the mom doesn't want to reveal who's telling her what, because I believe this source is the person that he's having the conversation that's telling him all these things. And this person, they came over to his house. But it's Person A.
Have in the research and creation of this documentary, as well as biases you as a listener might have, and describe them as we go. We'll start this now with the complexity bias. The Farnham Street blog describes the complexity bias as, quote, a logical fallacy that leads us to give undue credence to complex concepts. Faced with two competing hypotheses, we are likely to choose the more complex one. That's usually the option with the most assumptions and regressions. End quote. This doesn't mean the complex hypothesis is the wrong one, just that statistically it's the less likely one, even though we as humans have a tendency to see it as the more likely one. I think there's even more to it when it comes to a series like this. The more complex theories are simply more interesting and, for lack of a better word, entertaining. Just remember that this doesn't make them more likely to be true. Back to the story. At the time of writing this, Boston is in prison for possession of meth with intent to distribute. But when I first went to Walhalla, I was able to speak with someone who was very close with Boston. We'll call this person Person A. They remember the night that April died. Well, I've changed Person A's voice for this series.
January 28th is when April got killed. And I say got killed because her mom showed me them pictures, man, and that girl didn't, that's not, no.
Here's Person A referring to Boston.
You had something to do with that shit that happened to April because he left here at 11:30. And I'll never forget this. It was not raining when he left, but when he came back, it was, and it was 2:30 a.m. And he was running and he ran in the house. Him and Barry both ran in the house.
Person A also mentions the name Barry. This is referring to Barry Neal, who was a good friend of Kevin Mailer's, as well as his driver when Boston was selling drugs. I did get to speak with Barry Neal, and we'll talk more about him in future episodes. So let's take a look at this timeline. The neighbor says at some point April was brought to his home by two men he didn't know. I think it's possible that these two men were Kevin Mailer and Barry Neal. According to Person A, Monday night, Kevin and Barry leave the house at around 11:30 p.m. About an hour and a half later, around 1 a.m., April is discovered by Andy in the workshop. Kevin and Barry return home at 2 a.m., clearly in a panic about something.
Like the time frame, the way they was acting, Boston had 3 guns on him. Barry had 2 guns on him. Why was they scared?
Then Person A saw the news of April's death.
They said, a woman's body has been found on Rock Crusher. He didn't say her name at first, you know. And Boston and Barry still breathing heavy, okay? Barry sat there, I can see him out of the corner of my eye. I could see him going like, looking at Boston in the corner of his eye and just, I guess looking to see if he's looking at him, I don't know. I sat there watching them, and I was like, y'all need to change y'all's clothes or something. Y'all getting my damn bed wet. Boston said, damn, all you ever do is fucking bitch, da-da-da-da-da. I said, look, if you're going to be like that, I said, you can damn leave. I said, oh, by the way, I said, if you're going to leave, don't go that way, because there's a dead girl down there. This motherfucker, swear to God, looks up like this and goes, she's got my phone, and runs out of the house. Runs out. Him and Barry did not come back until 7 a.m.
Ain't that crazy?
Like this and goes, she's got my phone, and runs out of the house. Runs out. Him and Barry did not come back until 7 a.m.
As I was speaking with people for these cases, the name Boston or Kevin Mailer just kept coming up. That's when a source sent me some information about Boston in April that not even the police had yet. It was a handwritten letter that an inmate in prison named John Evans had written to one of his family members. I have to be pretty vague with this info as this evidence isn't public and I don't want to do anything that could impede the investigation. But John Evans claims he was with Boston about a week before April died, and Boston told him that he was going to kill April Jones by giving her a certain substance. John says he didn't take Boston seriously in the moment, but when he found out about April's alleged overdose, he immediately thought back to his conversation with Boston. John says as he's been sobering up in prison, his knowledge of this has started to weigh on him more heavily, and he felt compelled to come forward with this information. John also mentions that sometime after April's death, he got a hold of a phone from Boston, and this phone was April Jones's phone. I wanted to try to confirm all of this information as best I could. John Evans was still in prison, but I spoke with two other individuals mentioned in the letter. They confirmed the particular time that they were all hanging out, but stated they were not with John and Boston the entire time and did not hear Boston say anything about plans to kill April. One of them did confirm that they saw a phone that was full of pictures of April and her family. They said that John was pretty secretive and they believe he knows more. I'm going to introduce him in the next episode, but while I was up there, I got to know a former Oconee County Sheriff's Office investigator. Yeah, that letter was fascinating.
He's got some really good people in his family. He wasn't raised that way. You've heard that saying before. He wasn't raised that way. Yeah. He really wasn't raised that way.
Yeah.
It just something happened. Drugs, I'm sure.
Yeah, got into the wrong circles. Before we talk more about John Evans and April Jones, I want us to get to know Kevin Mailer, aka Boston, a bit. I figured it might be a long shot, but I wanted to try to speak with Kevin in prison. It's really important to me that I'm as fair as possible with these episodes and genuinely wanted to hear his side of the story. I was able to send him a message and tell him who I was. After messaging back and forth with Kevin Mailer a bit.
This is a Global Tel-Link prepaid call from
Eric. This is Kevin Mailer.
Hey, Kevin, how you doing, man?
Having a hard time, but I'm doing.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm okay. Man, I really appreciate you being willing to speak with me. We chat a bit and break the ice before I dive in and ask about April. I don't bring up the John Evans letter because I don't know if he knows that it was written.
I don't think my daughter realizes how serious this is.
Yeah.
Because she knows me. She knows. I was basically a stay-at-home dad. I basically raised her. I went to all the school functions.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And all the trouble I've been in for the past 6 years is all because I got hooked on pills.
Yeah.
And that was it for me. That just. But this is my fourth time in prison. I've never been written up. Not one write-up. Never been arrested for a violent crime. So why am I going to wait 50-something years to start killing people? That don't make no sense. And when I agreed to talk to you, I'm talking to you 100%.
Yeah.
So I'm in this. If I'm going to talk to you about one thing, I'm opening up for everything.
If we could start with April Jones, tell me about your relationship with April. Did you know her?
Yes, I know. I've known her for a long time, about 8 years. We were friends. We did drugs together. The last time I saw her was 2 days before they found her body. Hey, there's a lot of things that weren't being told. She was having an affair with her next door neighbor because that's the last place I seen her. What happened was they had picked me up, gave me a ride, her and the next door neighbor. I had left my phone in the truck, so I went to pick up my phone that night. I went to the neighbor's house, and she finally came out of the woods She was scared to death, and it was the first time. I mean, I told you I'd known her 8, 10 years. It was the first time I've ever seen her carrying a gun. She said she was hiding from her husband. There had been a lot of a history of abuse between them two. I don't know if he knew about her and the neighbor, but it had been going on for a long time. And I'm not saying nothing bad about her because I like the girl was.
Yeah.
She really was a good girl. She just was an addict.
Yeah.
Just like the rest of us.
I spoke with Kevin Mailer many, many times, and we'll touch on those conversations in future episodes. But at this point, I was hearing a lot of things from a lot of people. There was one person I still really needed to speak with, though, John Evans. I thought to myself that maybe I could get a hold of John Evans in prison and speak with him. Maybe John was the key to finally solving this case and bringing April's family answers and closure. But then I got a phone call from a source that would leave me absolutely shocked.
Hey, I hope I'm not bothering you.
No, you're good.
I just want to tell you, okay, so do you remember you was asking about John Evans?
Yeah.
He's dead.
Next on Mountain Mystery, I was either listening to a man who was responsible for the death of John Evans, acting out fake grief, or listening to a man who was genuinely grieving because he lost a close friend. What do you say to that man when you have no idea which one is true?
Faith went to the bathroom. She heard two men beating the snot out of a female. The next day, they found April Jones dead.
After my life, everybody's took everything else from me. I had nothing, and you still took everything from me.
So sad. I wanted to share that with everybody too. Yeah, he's one of my favorite YouTubers. Again, if you're not subbed to Eric Allen. What's up, Daisy May? This is a case that so far involves April Jones, Faith Roach, Kevin Craig, Jennifer Faye, and Kevin Mahler. Yeah, so it's hard to really call it a certain case. I would just Walhalla, unalivings. I don't know. There's so many names. All right, so I wanted to, again, if you haven't subbed, I'm going to drop his link again. One of my favorite YouTubers, Eric Allen, does an amazing job. Amazing job. Yeah, please do, because we're going to. Also, Daisy May, please look in. If you didn't get to watch the earlier episodes, skip the daytime true crime about John Martin. Skip the first half hour, or anybody that didn't get to see it. Skip the first half hour. Watch the hour and a half, the rest of the hour and a half of the show earlier. That's a case that we really, really need to do some digging on. We touched on it in the beginning of this episode, but I kind of went through all the articles and the only YouTube video that's out there. We kind of broke it down. I might clip it and edit it and restream it. Definitely need some digging on that. All right, so let me get in. We're going to cover a couple more things about Idaho. Let me see here. So we'll have some Idaho reports for the next episode. If you remember that PBS news station that we talked about earlier with the University of Idaho Phoenix deal, where it kind of showed the lack of transparency with that deal. And then this is another episode from Idaho Reports, and it's about if they know how their dollars are being spent. But we'll check that out on the next Idaho 4 episode. We're going to cover a couple of these real quick. First, did you guys hear that the university president wrote a book? Talked about it a couple days ago. Now he's debuting the new book on leadership through university's major events. So he's basically saying and writing a book on how a university president deals with tragic events. My ass. Oh, we got Yoli hopping up. What's up, Yoli?
Hi,
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
What's going on with my screen thing here? Hold on a second. I'm doing good. Let me adjust this real quick. Hold on. What am I
Crazy
doing
that
wrong?
Mountain murders or whatever.
I think like this, maybe? No? No? What the hell?
I saw this somewhere, the small town with the big missing persons problem, but I never watched it.
Something's up with StreamYard here. It's like making our cameras weird. This is odd. What the hell? Okay, maybe like that. I don't know.
Okay, so I can chat.
All right, so this is the video about the university talking about this new book that he wrote. I guess he's written a whole bunch of other freaking books as well.
It's weird that he wrote it before the trial and everything happened.
I don't know. It's those fake tears, too.
I haven't seen it. So does he do fake tears?
No, this isn't. No, I'm talking about the press conferences where he was talking about the crime.
Okay.
Tears.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, this is where he's promoting the book. I doubt I'm saying the information is as fake as his fake tears that he did.
Telling our story has always been part of one of our three strategic pillars.
Scott Green is not your typical university president. As a former corporate CEO, he has written several books about business theory, but this newest book is different.
We've been through 3 major crises in 4 years.
It's why he and co-author Temple Kenyon came together to share their message.
It speaks to a pretty broad audience because there's a lot of other information in there, whether you're a CEO or a leader or a manager. It really truly is a handbook.
From seemingly insurmountable budget constraints to the COVID-19 pandemic, the two former U of I students, now administrators, dive into what's worked and what hasn't every step of the way.
We were very honest in here. Not everything was successful. We talk about that because we want it to be a real life handbook for those who pick it up and may rely on it one day.
COVID was kind of a unique crisis. Hopefully we never have to deal with something like that again, but do you think some of those lessons are still applicable in other instances?
I do. And what we accomplished in that regard was powerful because, not only did we reopen, we opened up our own lab, we opened up our own infirmary, and our local hospital never went into a crisis standard of care like many did across the state. So, that's our community coming together, and we're just very proud of that.
This horrible crime has affected all of us.
But they both agree nothing could have prepared them for what would come in November of 2022, the brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students just off campus.
It was probably one of the saddest moments for this campus in our history, and to deal with that, was breaking new ground, I think, for all of us.
But Green tells me it was critical to include those unprecedented challenges in the new book.
Breaking new ground.
Make great decisions despite how emotional it was.
Is it kind of a reality check, a sad state of reality that universities now do face crises on a regular basis? I mean, just this week, University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I mean, we hear about it all the time. This seems more relevant now than ever.
You know, it is sad. It's just it's the time we're in, and you know, as we reflect on the book and as we talk about it, it's still hard to talk about for many in our community. But you know, it's important that the story be out there and that people can learn from it.
Never be afraid to tell your story and to share it, because you never know when your experiences can help other people through their experiences.
And that was Whitney Ward reporting.
Give me a break. Give me a break. All right. Let me see. There's one thing. Let's see. Now, let's see. There's a video we'll check out from Harsh in a little bit. I do kind of want to check out that Idaho. Now, he brought up a video. Harsh brought up a case. I'm not sure which one it is. Charles Fain. DNA issue led to wrongful conviction in Idaho. Idaho's $1.4 million mistake. I haven't seen that yet. Yeah, Yoli, I was going to show that too. We've talked about President Green, where he lives, and that he lived there as a child at 1122. I don't know how. No, but I don't know. We've all talked about it. I didn't understand that nobody knew about it. We can watch that one, I suppose. I don't know. I just haven't. A lot of the stuff that's been coming out lately is just stuff that we've already talked about when it comes to the case. But we'll go ahead and check this one out.
In this Moscow,
shout out Kelly Miller, because he gave her a huge shout out in this video. If Caddy's still in chat, I know she's feeling sick. Caddy, if you're still in chat, thanks for doing the shout out. I saw it after the show was over, and I was like, oh, that's so cool. Kelly Miller got a huge shout out. So shout out Kelly Miller. Sick too, Katrina. There's so many people that are sick. Caddy's sick. Kelly's sick. Everybody's sick. Yeah. But I thought it wasn't a surprise. I don't know. I figured everybody knew that President Green lived at that. I mean, we've all talked about it. Even you, Katrina. You've even brought it up plenty of times about how President Green used to live there as a child. What's up, Crime Talk? How are you? So I didn't know that it was a surprise for everybody. I don't know. Just the last few we've checked out, it's like, damn, we've already talked about this shit. Like, some of this shit was like 6 months ago we talked about.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I was on mute. Talking.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sitting here watching it, and I'm like, and I hear boom, and I'm like, we already talked about this like 6 months ago, bro.
Yeah. The only thing that I found that I didn't know on this Crime Circus video was the home where Green actually lives now.
Yeah. Right by Sigma Chi.
Yeah. It's right by Sigma Chi.
But
And,
listen, I mean, and even the trees, we've already talked about that like a year ago. We were talking about the trees and how it's different. There was so much talk about it again, you know, why was it? Okay, well, we already talked about it here. I dropped the video. We even found the committee meeting again and played it. You know what I'm saying?
So the one thing that,
it's like,
that Crime Circus points out is that, well, I don't need to point it out. I mean, at the end, he points out the whole point where the first house to the right, you know, I can't. The first house, just let it play, because he talks about when you're driving from the Idaho water tower, and then you go, and then he says the first house is
Yeah,
one.
Nez Perez Drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I
but
mean,
yeah,
the trees
it's
weren't
not-
the trees weren't cleared. The trees weren't. I'm sorry, you're stretching. The trees weren't cleared out, so the president could look at the fucking house. Weren't cleared out for that.
I'm
It was
stretching.
cleared out because no, I said he.
Oh, he.
I think
Yes.
it's the delay. I think it's your delay. Okay, where's that going? No, the fact that you're saying he had the tree. No, the trees were. That's why we showed the fucking zoning meeting because they had to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, dude, we talked about this a year ago. Okay, here, I'll drop the video. Oh, okay, let's find the actual committee
Yeah.
meeting. Here we
It's
go.
true.
Like, this is the reason why all this shit took place. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's true. Yeah.
And when it comes to all this other stuff, it's like, yo, the secret door, even. It's like, no,
We talked about that. Yeah.
I've showed the episode where we talked about that.
Mhm.
Like, what's going on here? And then here's another thing, because
Yeah.
I watched it too, and there's something else I got to point out because I don't know.
But we all
Wait, go ahead.
forget. I mean, I've forgotten things that I think, oh my God. And then,
Right, but I mean, I don't know. It's
yeah, well,
it's like it's like people never talked about it. Why? How is it a boom if it's already been discussed? Right? That's what I'm saying. How is it a boom when it's already been discussed?
yeah,
The
but
boom,
you know,
the whole boom word is starting to flatten out to me, in my opinion. Because no, I'm being serious because it's like, you know, there's a lot of time. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of time, and with the limited amount of time that we have to do to search and look for new things for, you know, for that kind of shit, you know, and then you got to take out 25 or 30 minutes, and then it's like, well, shit, that's 25 or 30 minutes I could have devoted to learning information I didn't know already, you know, because that's what
Right.
I'm trying to search for. I'm trying to search for information that I don't know already. And
right.
so
And
that's
so I
where it's
saw,
kind of,
okay, so I saw a few videos and I picked up on things that I hadn't picked up ever.
I'm
And
not
so
saying that doesn't take place.
it does. It takes
What I'm
place.
saying is the last few videos for me, as
Your
I'm going
video?
through, I'm like, no, we're talking about these videos.
Okay.
What are you talking about? We're
Okay, so
talking
the
about
last,
these videos.
okay.
Now we can move on.
No. You're
All I
talking
said was, yeah, okay. I don't know. Maybe the delay is messing it up or something, because I think there's some confusion. It's the last few shows. I started off with saying it. The last few shows, I'm just like, well, this is all shit that we've talked about. So maybe for you, you've came across some videos and you're like, oh wow, I didn't know. To me, it's like, shit, we've already talked about it. It's gotten to the point from the last couple shows where I've literally like spent time of my own going to my old shit just to show like, yeah, this is a fucking conversation already.
Yeah. And
But there's one thing.
that, yes, I agree with you, except that there are certain videos that I found
Yeah, for you.
something new for me.
Yeah, for you. Yeah, that's what I just said. I said for you.
Yeah.
But for me, I think the delays.
Idaho Investigative Special. We are going to discuss Brian Koberger, the Idaho 4, new revelations, and millions of.
Oh yeah, like we had that zoning meeting. Fucking, oh my gosh, this was like
Unravel was on the panel.
this was like
Yeah.
in like February, I think.
No, it was later.
Like February.
No, it was
And all of
later.
a sudden it was like a boom a week ago, and I'm like, what?
Oh my God, I was listening to that.
Like what?
We had Unravel on the panel, and I was listening to it, and I'm like, what the hell are they talking about? they were like so confused about just in general, just about the area. It was like,
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
it is.
Mhm.
And then the way that they were trying to use like abbreviated
Oh my God, trying to get it
abbreviated
passed.
yeah, like trying to
Trying to
do
get
all
it
this
passed
weird
quickly.
ass shit in the background, but then they were trying to do it, and then you had the young pup. The young
Oh,
pup was even trying to be like, yo, your shit's so generalized, you can really, manipulate it to this or this, and they contradict each other, which they do, because when you were reading through everything and they were talking about everything, it was so generalized, you could literally twist anything and manipulate it into what into what you're trying to pass for that zoning meeting. And I think a lot of it, half of it, was they were kind of like taken back by this young pup trying to tell them what to do, when you have all these old ass motherfuckers up there, like, we Pullman is a model, like, and to sit there, and they were talking about in the zoning meeting, they were talking about if they could produce enough water for that area when it came to the rezoning, and like they didn't have any water,
yeah.
which was another odd thing. Like, you don't have any water? What the
Yeah.
hell is that? They're more worried about the water than they were the parking lot. It was very odd, but it was a real. When did we do that show? Like 2 weeks ago, a week
Yeah,
ago,
but
something.
you had a show before that and you had Unravel
Yeah,
on
way
panel. That's the show I was listening to, the one that you had Unravel on panel, and I was like, what? They were laughing. They didn't even know the addresses. They were all confused. I'm like, what is this? Is this an Alzheimer's meeting? Like, they were all confused. Like, what? What am I hearing? I remember typing. I was walking my dog, and I distinctly remember going on my phone and typing, what the hell am I hearing? Like, what is this?
It's just as confusing as the whole layout of the properties itself, But no, I'm sorry, I don't think the president had the trees cleared out so he could watch the fucking property. To me, that's just stretching. Come on now. Like, let's be real.
No.
Like, let's be fucking real. And there's something else I wanted to point out, because it's so obvious when you watch this that it has nothing to do with it, and I don't know why it was even put in there, but I'll show you guys. We'll get
of dollars worth of real estate and so much more. Yeah. Without further ado, let's see what I have to say for myself this time.
Shout out Kelly Miller. Now, I have to admit, like, great following, great community. I like the special effects, the makeup's cool, and all that stuff. But it's like, come on, where are you even reaching? And then when you're playing this, asking if the truck's connected, you can tell. I'm going to show you guys the truck isn't even the fucking same. Why is that even a part of it too? This is what I'm saying. Like, we're talking about shit that's already been a conversation for 6 months. You're trying to compare shit that isn't even, like, if you watch it and you are a sleuther, you already notice when you're watching it. It's like listening to the Koberger called in my show, and it's not Koberger. It's like, come on.
That's true. Yeah.
It's obvious. You know what I'm saying? Like, so why even be putting that? You don't see me putting out fucking videos about fucking, it could be that, it could be that. Like some crazy ass shit. No.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Crime Circus.
I have thought about getting like fake mustache though. Would
No,
that be cool?
it's true. It's true what you're saying.
A fake mustache to add to the effects of the show. Like,
but even Harsh puts out some things that might think, why are you doing that? And a lot of creators do that, but this is just one of those. I agree with you with this Crime Circus video.
especially this truck. It's like, why is it even in the video,
Name's
yo?
Drip Drop, and I'll be your host as always.
Like, seriously, why is it
Not
even
even
in?
the same truck.
You guys don't want a fake mustache? I need to do something.
No, TJ, nothing. You don't need to be
Because-
fake about anything.
No, because I'm saying, you know, the conversation. Listen, I understand. Like, my voice is only so loud, so a conversation that happened 6 months ago might be a boom to a bigger channel a couple days ago, right? Because my voice is only so loud. So I was thinking maybe if I get like a fake mustache, that might add to the effect of the show, and maybe I could get a loud. No,
You have a
not
nice
a fake
voice. You have a very nice voice.
No,
So
not the voice. The fake
No,
your
that's
fake
not-
mustache.
No. You're
Yeah.
gonna look like the American Pie dad.
I'll get one of those one of those like twisty ones. You know what I mean? What do they call those mustache? You know the ones that twist at the end.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
no.
saying? Yeah. And then I could wear like some cool sunglasses or something and have like a fake mustache.
You
cool
should have a
glasses.
sombrero if
Maybe
you're gonna have that. twisty.
Yeah, I gotta add a little bit, you know.
You need a sombrero
I
if you're
do-
gonna wear that curly mustache.
I need a fake mustache.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. Yeah, a Doc Holliday mustache.
No.
I'm getting one.
Wait, Doc Holliday.
Yeah, hold on. Let me write this down so I can. I'm gonna put it on my Amazon wish list. Okay.
Oh shit.
What? I am. And then I'll wear it.
Pikachu? I can be Pikachu.
Nina says, "If you do, I'm out."
I can do Pikachu, no problem.
Handlebar.
The handlebar.
Because I can't grow it. I gotta be able to take it off when the show's over. I can't be walking around. What?
Let's
I
get
can't be
back.
walking.
Yes,
Can't be
I agree with you on this video with Drip Drop. Yes, I do agree with you.
Just watch my shows when the last couple.
I know.
I don't know.
But he actually shows the
Wait.
home. Did you get the home? Did you get video of the home of Scott Green?
I drove by it. You can't go in it. You can't go
No,
in
no,
it,
no,
but
but
I drove by it plenty of times. Yeah.
Okay.
I
So
drove- yeah, like when the footage that I drove and showed the front of Sigma Chi.
yes, but we didn't
Uh,
know that the house across the street or down the street was Scott Green's. I don't think I knew that.
It's so important to the case.
Well, if you're going to talk about Scott Green and how much money he makes, you might want to know where he lives and what the real estate value is of his home. Because if he is the president of a university and he owns this multi-million dollar home, like, it's sus.
Why is it sus? The dude took a pay cut.
He did. He took a
from
pay
his
cut.
previous job. Right, he took a pay cut to go to the University of Idaho. They hired him because he had a great sales pitch.
Mhm.
The dude's rich as hell. Do you think he's not gonna live in a rich fucking house? I mean, you got business owners that are living in the same kind of houses and they're not running a university. They're not, the
All I'm saying, the only thing I'm saying.
Of course he's gonna live there.
Yeah. And the only thing I'm saying that Crime Circus brings to light that maybe nobody else has, which is very, very small, is he showcases the home where Scott Green lives. Granted, yes, he probably is a millionaire.
And compares his truck fucking
Oh,
truck
that's
with the
bad.
truck that drove by the fucking victims, and it's obvious
no,
it's not
that's
the same
bad. It's
truck.
not the same
That's
truck.
where I'm saying it's fucking dangerous, man.
Yes, it is not the same truck. It doesn't even have the camper in the back. It's not the same truck.
It's not the same.
Yes, I agree with you.
It's so obvious. So, okay, so what? The dude lives by Sigma Chi and lives in a rich house. Okay. Now, it would, to me, I would be fucking shocked if the dude lived in a shit neighborhood. Then I'd be like, whoa, what the fuck, right? That's crazy. It's not crazy to me that he lives in a fucking rich area. But when it's so fucking completely obvious, it's not even the same truck.
No, it's not.
Why are you even going to be like, is this the same truck?
It's not. It's not the same truck.
Why is that even part of the edit?
Yeah.
On tonight's feature presentation, we are just going to start off with
We'll just do this.
a shout out. Shout out to Kay Miller for being an amazing donator lately. OMG.
Yeah, and I hope she feels better because she is sick as hell too. Prayers.
I am so very super thankful for
Shout
your
out Kelly.
support.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Shout out
thank you,
Kelly.
thank you. And a huge shout out to the Roma Army for your support as well. I appreciate you, and you are awesome.
Yeah.
And to all of my other supporters, you're awesome too. Shout out to you. Now, let's talk about millions and millions of dollars worth of real estate. I have often referred to the 1122 Queen Road residence as a multi.
Okay, it is the real estate. Yeah, it's a lot of rich fucking area and shit houses. The construction, the cramping, you know what I mean? Why are you showing Toronto?
For the wall. Those don't even look like real tiles. I think those are stickers. And the dishwasher doesn't even match the oven. And I can't stand mismatched appliances. This is what $1 million gets you. Let's do a little more. Let's move on to the next one. Right here for over $1 million.
Toronto. Why? What is it with Toronto, Ontario? I don't know. Maybe I missed this part. Is there a reason why they're Ontario? It's Toronto. Why are we watching Toronto? But yeah, but the addresses are Toronto. So what does that have to do with Moscow?
Yeah.
Idaho.
Yeah, this is he started looking at real estate in Toronto, comparing it to the US. And is it comparable? I mean, I think so, but I'm not sure. So I don't know why he's comparing.
Well, you should be comparing the properties in the area, not from one country to another.
I think he might at the very end, but this is irrelevant because Toronto is different than Idaho.
It's a different country, yo. This isn't even the same country. It's not like you're not looking up Pullman. What the fuck?
Yeah,
I mean, you're not looking up Washington State. Shout out Cougars. You're not looking up Washington State.
Yeah. I found this strange because a lot of those homes.
When I watched it, we were watching Moscow prices. I didn't even pay attention till now.
Well, I guess we need to finish the
I
video
don't
because
care.
I watched it, but I watched it off and on.
I don't know. I'll just skip it. I don't know why we're watching Toronto shit. My
Heck,
bad.
I would be personally willing to live in the basement of that house.
I
So if
don't-
any of you out there would want to be the landlord of that house and you would let
I
me
don't-
stay in the basement for a reasonable rate, I would very much appreciate that.
What?
He's basically
I'm just-
saying he's basically saying that that Idaho 4 house, the 1122 King Road, is worth more than what.
It's worth whatever somebody wants to pay for it. Whether it's undervalue or overvalue, that's how business works. It's worth whatever somebody wants to pay.
Well, I'll tell you, a lot of people want to pay less for it or maybe more for it, but that's an unusual house. So, you know,
It's gonna be
whatever.
torn down.
Yeah, whatever point he's trying to make, I didn't really get it.
I don't know. I kind of just listened to it in the background while I was doing some other stuff. I didn't see the prices. I thought it was about prices in the area.
No.
I didn't know it was homes in Toronto.
Well, I try not to be too critical because I couldn't do what he does and I couldn't do what anybody else does out there. But yeah, it didn't make
No,
sense.
I was just asking a simple question. I didn't know if I was missing something. That's all.
No.
Because if we're talking about Moscow prices, why aren't we when you're looking at real estate, let's be honest, people. When you're looking at real estate, you look at the real estate of the houses and the properties, not only on the block, but in the area.
Yes.
That's where you look when you're looking at real estate when it comes to the value of a home. So I didn't know if maybe I missed a part of it. I didn't know if maybe I missed a part of it where you're comparing Moscow, because to me, when you look at real estate, you look at the block and the area. So if you're going to compare home prices, then you compare the prices that are the ones that are that are going to impact the price of the house. Because when it comes to real estate, what impacts the value of that house is the other properties that surround that property. That affects the property value. That's why you have a lot of these communities that are like gated communities or whatever, and that's why you only can paint your house 5 colors, and you can't do this and you can't do that, because there's so many rules. And the reason that they have so many rules is because it maintains the property's value for everybody else, and that's why they have the rules. So if you're looking at property for a value, you want to look at the neighborhood and the general area, and that's how you're going to get your figures.
Yes.
And really, when it comes down to business, it's worth whatever somebody wants to pay for it, whether it's of equal value, lesser value, or more value. That's just business.
Yes. So so what I took from Crime Circus is that he's comparing it to Idaho. It's not a good comparison.
Well, yeah, that's what he's doing in the video.
Yeah, it's not a good comparison. Not
That's
at all.
why I was like, did I miss something?
No, you didn't.
I didn't know if I missed something, because that's when I was like, wait a minute, these are Toronto. So then I skipped before thinking I missed something, and then I'm like, no, I didn't miss anything. And so that's why I asked you guys, are we talking about Toronto prices, or are we talking about Moscow? Because if we're talking about Moscow, well, then you need to look at the Moscow property values and not,
Yes.
because that's where you're going to get your figures from.
Yes. And I will
even-
agree. I will totally agree with you that this video was one of the least impactful videos of Crime Circus. So yeah,
No, I wasn't saying that.
I think it is. My opinion.
I'm saying that's where you're going to get your figures from.
Of course.
Even if you're looking at Idaho prices and you're talking the United States and you go to Washington, you're still talking about they're two different states, yo. Like, there's different fucking regulations, there's different rules, there's different costs, there's different, there's different.
Yes.
So then to compare it to another country, that's just kind of like, whoa. not only you're going outside of the community, you're not even going to the next state. It's another country way over on the other side. There's no reason for anybody's feelings to get hurt.
No.
Why would anybody's feelings get hurt? I'm confused. That's what I'm confused.
No, we're not picking on Dick.
I doubt his feelings are going to get hurt. I think. Trust me, if you're a YouTube creator, you have to have thick
Oh my
skin. Trust
God,
me,
you have to be one big callus.
I know it personally. You have to have thick skin. So when
you
it
have
comes
to
to
have
other
one big
people,
callus all over you.
there's no reason for anybody to get their feelings hurt about what I'm saying. You
No,
guys should
no.
hear some of the shit that's said about me. If you wanna trust me. This is nothing.
No.
Pat, I just hope I get a good Wi-Fi signal down there underground in the tunnel. So, now that we've done some real estate shopping together, you probably are wondering, so what's the point? Well, some of you are now aware because of my previous videos, which I'll link down below. The University of Idaho president used to live at the crime scene when he was just the...
Oh, I'm sure, and we've already talked about that too. I'm sure there is. Listen, Mark and Betty, if you go, we checked out all the property ownerships back in the beginning of the year. Again, we checked out all the ownerships. The same group owns the majority of those houses in that area. I mean, they do. And when you look at who owns those houses in the area, then you start to understand why we were digging into the background of 1122. And when you're digging into the background of 1122, when it comes to ownerships and transfers and such, then you start to realize, oh shit, there's so much more involved beyond the 1122 and beyond all the properties on that block. It goes way beyond. It goes way beyond that. And it even goes to other states. It even goes to other countries. There's a reason why the Mad Greek says established in Alaska on the frickin' sign outside the business. There's a reason for it. It's all Oregon, Kentucky, North Carolina, Alaska, Philadelphia, Missouri, Idaho. That's just some. And then you want to talk about overseas? France. I'm telling you, I've already done it. I've already went into it. I've already checked it out. That's not even all of it, but there's one country overseas, France. It's crazy. It's crazy. When you look at who's connected, you look at the ownerships, the properties connected to it, I wouldn't be surprised if a whole bunch of properties are going up for sale.
The boy, his parents owned the home. Boom. And that's just the first boom in this video, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look.
Yeah, we already talked about that a long time ago.
At this Google map here. Let's have a little look-see and see what we've found this time. You can see down to the lower right, that's the crime video. Is that the same truck? Yes.
All right, I want you guys, look at the truck. We've already talked about it, Detective.
Not the same truck.
No, about the president living at the house when he was a kid. That was before the secret door. that was before the secret door even came up. But I want you guys to pay attention to this truck because it is not the same truck. Look at the front window. Look, see the cab, see the front window. Look at the front window and look how there's only a front window and then there's a cab or a topper in the back, okay? Front window and just a topper. Watch.
Looks like a white truck in the driveway.
See? Front window and then a topper window.
A white truck, you say? I think we've seen a white truck before. Let's check out the corner club surveillance footage video. Is that the same truck? Yeah.
Okay, look. You see a front window and you see a cab. So if you're looking at the truck, this truck has 2 windows without a topper. 2 windows without a topper. This has 1 window. It's not the same truck. It's so obvious. And you can tell just by watching this and then watching the video of it go by.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like a white truck in the driveway. A white
And
truck, you say?
You're right, Katrina. And that's why I said what I said earlier, because this has nothing to do with the crime. And then to question if this truck was the truck that drove by the victims that everybody thinks has something to do with the crime. Why? Because if you're looking at it, you can tell it's not the truck, so why even question if it is the same truck that drove by the girls that everybody thinks has something to do with the crime?
Closer look. Let's see what's going on.
That's what I
down
don't
here.
understand. That's what I don't understand.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like a white truck in the driveway.
It's
a white truck, you say?
To compare
I think we've
it.
seen a white truck before. Let's check out the corner club surveillance footage video. Is that the same truck? Yes or no? A lot of you out there are super intelligent when it comes to vehicle identification. This looks like it has a truck bed on the back of it. And keep in mind.
And just by watching this, you can tell, being a sleuther, that it's not the same. And so to sit there and with the kind of influence that you have, and to sit there and question Scott Green's truck. Listen, I'm critical. I'm critical as fuck of Scott Green. Okay, you guys know that. Like the shady deals that he's pulling, you already know I feel the dude's shady as hell. And for me to be like, yo, it's so obvious it's not the same truck. We all know, everybody that studied this case knows how important that white truck driving by is, and the kind of speculation that's been out there about what this truck was involved with when it came to this crime. And what I'm saying is when you have, it's not like a fuzzy image and a fuzzy image and they both got 2 windows without a topper and you know what I'm saying? Then it's like, shit, is that the same? But when it's this fucking obvious, and this, I'm critical of the president, but when it's, you're saying, people, is this the same truck? Like it's the truck that everybody knows is freaking possibly involved? It's so reckless.
Yeah.
Because there's people that aren't going to see that window, Yoli, and who knows what the fuck they're going to do.
It's true.
People ain't going to take the time to be like, oh, do those windows match? No, they're going to trust it because of the volume of the voice. They're going to trust it. And
It's
who
true.
knows?
And it doesn't look like anything like the truck. Nothing.
You don't even have to be wearing a Super Sleuther t-shirt to notice the difference between the two. You don't.
You know, I'm just so confused about people who want to help, but they may be doing more harm than help. And I don't know how to deal with that exactly because, like, I want to help and I have my theories and thoughts, and other people have their theories and thoughts. But how do you talk to somebody who wants to help and they're putting out information that's not going to help?
It's like this, Yola. Do you guys remember Jeremy? You remember Jeremy, the neighbor that
Yes.
was in law, the
Uh-huh.
neighbor that was in law, and he had to go get a gun, and he had to do all this stuff. He couldn't even walk home without people
Yeah.
harassing him. It got so bad. It got so bad, right?
Yes.
Or what if somebody said, "Oh, look at what if that was Jeremy's truck? What if this was Jeremy's frickin' truck?" And then there was a video saying, "Is this the same truck?" What I'm saying is can you imagine the harassment that Jeremy would have gotten because people don't want to sit there and take the time to pay attention for themselves. They want to go off of the volume of the voice. You know what I'm saying? Another instance, when somebody's saying that Koberger's calling into their show, when that person that is talking on the phone states over and over and over, "I don't even live there anymore. I haven't lived there for 10 or 15 years. This was 10 or 15 years ago this took place that I'm telling you." The whole time while the host is going, "Yo, I can't believe you were at the fucking house," like playing it out like it's Koberger.
No.
And then we see the guy that has an interview, that same guy, where he talks about, "Yeah, I was just drunk one fucking night and I was bored and I figured I would call in, and
And
all
that
of a
was a hit.
sudden I'm getting harassed. I have depression. I've thought about doing this to myself." All of these other things because people don't want to watch. There comes a responsibility with these platforms.
Yes.
There's
So you're
plenty of
talking
times I
about
can come out.
you're talking about the Hidden True Crime podcast where the real guy called in and said, "I called into T-Rev's show." No?
No, I'm not even naming names.
Oh, okay.
That's why I said host. But people know who I'm talking about. You know the video I'm talking about because there's only been one Koberger called my show, and that's the day that I quit watching that show because I was like, "Yo, I came here for information."
Yeah.
And when I'm sitting here and I'm listening to it and I'm not even zoned into it and I'm like, "Yo, he's saying it's 10, 15 years ago. He's saying he's not even in the area." And I'm sitting there going, "I can't believe I'm listening to this person sit here blowing it out of proportion like it's some dude calling that's supposed to be him." And I'm like, "It's obvious it's not. Why are you putting it?" So I'm like, "Yo, I'm about trying to listen to information." So that's when I quit watching the show. Because after that, I'm like, "Yo, if you're going to spin this shit, then you're going to spin anything." And that's when I backed the fuck away. And I went to another show.
True.
And what I'm saying is just like this. What if, forget President Green. What if somebody was like, "This is Jeremy's truck"?
No, I get it.
I don't even have that volume of a voice, obviously, because my voice is this compared to this dude's voice.
But you have a very nice voice.
But I'm not putting shit out like this.
No, you're not.
When I should be the one, if anybody's going to do it, it should be people in my position that would be putting shit out like this because they're trying to get a louder voice. But I don't do that shit. But what I'm saying is it's when it's this obvious, you can tell just by watching the video.
I thought the same, CJ. I thought the same. But I'm sort of like, at this point, anybody who's trying to find some sense into this Idaho 4 case, like I'm going to be sympathetic toward them. No, but you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
It's just like if it was Banfield. If Banfield was doing this shit, I'd be saying the same shit about Banfield people.
Yes, it's about facts, and it's not about popularity or who's, doing the best show. Because the worst show could be the show that gives the most facts, the most insight, the most facts, the most, concrete
Think
information.
about it. This is how little of voice I do have. And then when my voice gets louder after time, you know what I'm saying? Then people are gonna know that this shit's real over here. Right? Because if people that are on that kind of platform that have that level of voice think that they're dropping booms when our show has already talked about shit 6, 7, 8, 10, 11 months ago, that shows you that people don't know about CJ yet. And just wait. Because then all of a sudden these booms, they're gonna be booms fucking 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 months ago. I'm not worried about the booms. I'm worried about the truth and the fucking justice. I don't need to make videos asking people if this is fucking pertaining to the case or if this is suspicious. It's all suspicious. And in the videos that I do put out, the University of Phoenix deal, why DM wouldn't be seen from the perpetrator, fucking Sentra, suspect vehicle number -0, -1, like all of this stuff that I do make videos about. There's plenty of other shit that I could fucking be, and then just start a whole bunch of hell. Fucking back in the beginning of the year when we were talking about fucking substances, right? That's when I'm talking about that shit, and that's when it was like I got to a point because I was with other fucking creators at the time. I was actually helping out a lot of other creators at the time. Because to me, it's all about community. Other creators, I gave ideas for shows. I gave ideas for graphics. I gave ideas for this. I gave them advice, all these different things, because it's not about me trying to be the first one to do it or the one that says, it ain't about that. It's about the community. And if all of us succeed, then we can all get this shit together real quick. But when it comes to the substance stuff I was talking about at the beginning of the year, and then it got to the point where I had a moral decision where it was like, do I continue to go down this path with these other fucking people that I've been doing this homework with? Do I continue to go down the path and talk about shit that there is no more proof about, that get the clicks and the views and the subs? And you'll see back in the spring, you'll see all of a sudden CJ starts going like this. Because CJ wasn't going to be talking about shit that didn't have no more facts.
Yes.
All these other people kept talking about this and this and this, that and that and that and that. I kept saying, I'm not trying to talk. I need more information. Not saying it doesn't happen because I already did the homework. I already looked into the shit. But at the same time, you got to have more information.
Yeah. So one of the reasons why I was drawn to CJ's show is because he did the whole coffee cup on Koberger when the judge said, look, I don't want people like honing in on him, like, and analyzing him and doing all this shit. And because it's out there in the public. So this is a true story. I mean, I was watching on my TV. I had walked my dog and then I came and I put on the TV. And dude, he like put the whole coffee cup thing, and I'm like, whoa.
I had to.
I was like, he's respecting the judge. He's respecting the judge.
Because I knew how important it was. Because I knew if the judge was like, I don't want this shit happening because I'm afraid this is going to affect the case, then why not? You know what I'm saying? And if other people, which are louder voices than me, don't want to take the time or take the sacrifice to make sure, because I could have been every other fucking channel out there. letting the zoom ins be in on Koberger, and I probably lost a lot of people because I wasn't showing the fucking zooms for everybody to go, oh, look at the way his jaw's clenching, look at his throat, you know.
I did that. I mean, I looked at that. I'm guilty of that. And am I proud of it? Well, no, but I'm also looking, but I have a different take on it. But why do I need to have a take on it? I shouldn't. And so people should respect the judge's wishes, which I do every single fucking day of my life. I have to work with these judges. I mean, if it's a female judge that's attractive, believe me, I don't wear makeup. I look totally benign. I'm not going to do that. I will do whatever it takes to make sure the judge has faith in me. And unfortunately, you have to read the judge. But
it was a pain in the ass for me. I wasn't even able to watch chat because I had to watch the damn coffee cup.
Yeah,
and I wasn't
I know,
even able to
I was
really.
there.
I couldn't even
saw the
fully
coffee
pay
cup and I
attention
thought,
to it.
wow.
I
So
couldn't even
yeah,
fully pay attention to the
that's
court
what made
hearings
me
because I.
call into the show. I was
Oh,
so
really?
furious. I was furious. I was like, and nobody would listen to me. I was like, this guy, this Brian Koberger, what the hell? I was furious, and I kept talking and talking and talking about it, and finally people were like, God, you gotta move on. And so I called CJ, and I was
Probably
like,
thinking you were crazy, huh?
yeah, no, I'm not crazy.
No, they were
I'm not
probably
crazy.
thinking you were crazy talking all this about a
Yes,
case they probably didn't
thought
even know
I'm
nothing
not
about.
crazy.
Yeah.
They thought I was. They're the ones who are
Somebody
missing.
get me out of this elevator, they were saying. Somebody get me out of this elevator.
Get
This
away from
Yoli
her.
lady's
You know
crazy
what?
talking about
I
shit.
know what
don't
I know. And I said, Idaho, Moscow, Idaho it's a sad place. There are people with post-traumatic stress disorder, drug addiction.
It's another small town. You know what I mean? And when you're a small town like Pullman, you're kind of like sister cities, really. Okay. You're a small town like Pullman. You're the only towns in the area. So everybody, even though it's a small town, everybody's coming to Pullman and Moscow. Now, when you're talking about these small towns and you're talking about they're literally for like an hour and a half in a circle around there was literally fucking nothing. So when you're talking about all of these little teeny communities, they obviously have to go to Pullman and Moscow to do the shopping, whatever. They're bored. You have college students in both cities, in Pullman and Moscow, right? And when you are in a small area, and everybody that's out there that lives in a small area, you know exactly what I'm saying. When you live in a small area, there ain't shit to do but get in fucking trouble. Okay? When you live in a bigger city, bowling alleys are open until 2, and bars. There's so many different clubs and restaurants and all these different businesses and all these different things that you can go do some 24 hours a day. When you're talking Pullman and Moscow, shit's closed down. There's nothing in that huge area. So where else are you going to go? So then when you don't have nothing to do, what the fuck are you going to do? Anybody that's from a small community knows what I'm talking about. And y'all have the best parties because them parties out on them farms were the fucking best.
Farms.
Fuck yeah. Out in the farms. Them farm parties. Shit.
I thought you did well there.
Shit.
But anyway.
I was all 110% every time. Every time I got invited to a party that was out in the boonies, I was like, fuck yeah.
Yeah, no
Every
farms
time.
on my end.
It's
But anyway, I do agree with you on the video of Crime Circus. I do. But I don't want to agree with you, only because I want.
I'm not saying he's damaging his reputation. I'm just saying why what if that was Jeremy's truck?
It's not the same
and
truck.
this is coming from me, and I'm probably the one that's the most critical of Mr. Green. Let's be honest. I don't see anybody talking about the University of Phoenix, Idaho deal. I don't see anybody talking about it. I don't see anybody going and ripping into him like I am. I don't see it. I don't hear it. I don't see it. So I'm
I
just
want
going
to
to
do
say,
it. I wish I had.
I'm just going to say I'm the one that's most critical of fucking Mr. Green. And when I'm at this where it's like, yo, why are we saying that this could possibly be the truck to a community that's a huge community that you have a loud voice of? You know what I'm saying? When it could easily be said that it's Jeremy's truck. And then we all know when it comes to this white damn truck,
It's not the same.
We
when it
all
comes to
know.
vehicle identification. This looks like it has a truck bed on.
Right. We all know when it comes to this truck, everybody knows from the very beginning before Koberger was even arrested. Still to this day, there's people talking about how this white truck is possibly involved into the events of what took place. I even do, because that's why I wanted to dig into the grub truck. That's why I want to dig into the body cams. That's why I want to dig into a little bit of the Linda Lane, not necessarily the audio, but the video, because I do feel like some of this shit is involved. But when you're asking a whole huge community and you're showing people where he lives, which is it's open information. It's not a surprise. It's not a surprise. It's not like anything personal is being put out there. But when you're talking about, when I'm saying there's people that are just listening to it and going, whoa, hold on a minute, his white truck, huh? And then who says somebody's not swinging by there tonight? You know what I mean? Like, it is dangerous, Katrina. It is very dangerous. And that's all I'm saying.
CJ.
Yes. And when it's so obvious, you would know that it's not the same truck when you're editing the motherfucking video.
I didn't even think about that.
When you're editing it, because when you're editing it, you see it clipped back and forth over and over from the white truck to the video, the white truck to the video, white truck to the video. And it's like, whoa, so it is dangerous.
Yeah. It's not the same.
You go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And it's like when you're doing the editing, you can tell there's two fucking windows, and you can tell that there's one fucking window on the other one.
Well, I wasn't so yeah, I see it. And you know what? A part of me like is, I hate to say it, but a part of me is like, well, he's trying to do good. I don't know.
I don't understand, and that's the conversation. You know, whether, like I said, I don't give a shit if, like the whole thing about the secret door and how I was telling everybody for a whole week, we already had the conversation, and then it got to the point where it was like, okay, people, like, fuck this shit. I will take a couple hours out of my own fucking time to go find the video so I can show you guys, because y'all think it's still a fucking boom. And it's like, it's not a fucking boom.
Mm-hmm.
That's one. I don't give a shit. Like, I don't care. People want to come out. Trust me, there's people that even use my own shit to come out on TikTok like it's their shit. I don't give a fuck, because to me, it's about the community. It's about finding truth and justice. And if somebody's using my shit to promote the path that's quicker to truth and justice, I don't give a shit. I don't care about being number one. I don't. What I do care about is the dangerous shit like this. That's
because it targets people. It makes people think certain things. And gosh, when I did see it this morning, this Crime Circus video, and I was like I'm trying to make myself feel like, okay, this is okay. because he's trying to help, and he thinks like me.
We'll never understand because we're not him. We won't know. You know what I'm saying? We won't ever understand. All I can do is say, okay, people, I barely looked at the fucking video, people. I want, I'm gonna do my part and make it obvious to fucking people that it's not the same truck. Because the last thing that I want anybody out in the true crime community is to think that Scott Green has the same damn truck that was driving by the girls. And I'm the one that's most critical of the dude. So when it's coming from me, and I'm the one that's fucking screaming this dude's shady as shit, instead of talking about the truck and how it could be the other truck, why don't you, dude, talk about the University of Phoenix, Idaho deal? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Why don't you talk about that? If you want to bring up shady shit about Scott Green, dude, you got way more resources than me. You have a louder fucking voice. This deal is going to be going through in about a month's fucking time. Talk about that. If you're going to talk about Scott Green, talk about that, because that's something that needs a voice. I can only do so much. When people are coming out with boom 6 months later after a conversation we have, like I said, my voice is only so loud. So there's going to have to be other people that talk about this deal in order for it to have, because these people in this community, they don't know what the fuck's going on. They don't even know where their money's going. They're trusting some pipe dream that's going to fail, and it's going to go belly up. It already is, because of the constant lawsuits that are coming out against the University of Phoenix online. And they're going to end up paying more in lawsuits in the next year after they purchase the university than they would have for purchasing the university. And the thing is that it's going to end up going bankrupt. And then what's going to happen is the community's the one that's going to have to pay for it, because it's going to be their taxable and non-taxable bonds that are going to be buying this fucking university, which bonds are worth so much. And then when the business goes down, how much are those bonds worth, people? Shit. So who's paying for it? The community's paying for it. They're paying $50 for, I'm just throwing out a number. They're paying $50. And then I guarantee within a year, that $50 fucking piece of paper is going to be worth $2. And then the university, all they have to do is say, hey, we're just going to pay $10 million. $10 million ain't nothing. $10 million towards the University of Phoenix deal. Do you know how long that would take to pay off $10 million when you're talking over 550 with interest? You're paying interest only in the very beginning. You ain't even touching principal until the very end of the deal. And then if you're only paying $10 million, you're not paying back what you're supposed to be paying back. So then you're extending you paying on interest only even longer. And then you're talking about the economy and then how inflation goes up. You'll never have that thing fucking paid off. And who pays for it? The community. Please, dude, don't talk about one window to two truck windows. Talk about the University of Phoenix deal. That's where Scott Green is shady as fuck. Talk about that, because I'm not saying he's not shady. I'm not saying he's not sketching. I'm not saying the dude might not have looked out his fucking window. But what I am saying is, no, the dude didn't clear the fucking trees out so he could look at the fucking girls all night. No, this wasn't his fucking truck. But he is shady. Talk about the universe, please. And then and say it's a fucking boom. I don't give a shit. It needs talked about.
Agreed.
It needs talked about. Next month is when it's fucking taking place. They said the beginning of the year. And they've already, it was like 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago, that they already jumped another hurdle that's getting them even closer. And this isn't even the community that I live in. This is the community that I went to and I saw, and I felt so bad because it's like, wow, the university isn't even taking care of the community like it should be because it's sucking all the fucking money from them. And so then when I get back home and then I start digging into the University of Phoenix deal, and I'm like, what the fuck? And then the community has to do this too? This isn't even my community, and I'm fighting for this shit to stop.
Well, it isn't my community either, and I'm putting myself out there, even though I'm so introverted and very private. No. Something's wrong here, and it involves the university, and I know it, and it involves it doesn't even involve Koberger. That's my feeling.
This has nothing to do with the crime even. Yes, he's shady. You know what I'm saying?
No, it does.
Edit this part out and put in the University of Phoenix deal.
Look,
so then you're talking about the realty. How about put Moscow realty instead of Toronto? You know what I'm saying?
Whole community has
That's
to
right,
do
Nina.
with what happened.
The university's only taking care of the fucking university, and that's
Correct.
exactly right.
But this whole community,
Money. He's capitalizing. That's what I'm saying. You like when we're watching these press conferences, and he's like,
it's not just
and
him.
you see him doing this with his glasses. If you're crying, I'm a fucking man. If I'm crying, I'm at least trying to grab that tear with my finger from the corner of my fucking eye.
DJ,
What?
it's not just Green. He may be the main culprit, but those people.
He's the one with the most influence.
Yeah, but those people who are under their influence should know better. They should not be under his influence.
No, it's a house of cards, Yoli. They're all connected. They all do shady, dirty fucking things. That's why they don't tell on none of it.
So
that's why they're so
everybody in that chain, from Scott Green to everybody down below, including the Christ Church, if they have anything to do with it, it's all intertwined. They are all responsible. I'm sorry. You have one man, Scott Green, who took a pay cut to go to be the dean of whatever he is, a president or whatever. No. Everybody who follows him is sus. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. The Yoli, even the group that I'm talking, the group from the Grub Truck.
The group. I know the group.
Those people, some of those people are fucking boosters for the university, Yoli. You don't think they sit in fucking meetings with Scott Green? That's why I have to call them a group.
Well,
because I can't, I could get sued the fuck out of.
No, you won't. But
I could.
Here's the thing. Little old me. Yeah, I brought down a whole university system. Just me. And it's because I was not afraid. I should have been afraid, but I wasn't. So all it takes is somebody who's not afraid to bring it down. And you know what? Scott Green, if he's, or Christ Church, whoever is running that town, needs to have a meeting with the lion. The lion who's not afraid. And that hasn't happened yet.
I don't think it's I think the university runs that motherfucker. Everybody else is under them.
It's
and
yes.
The people that are most, the boosters also own businesses. Like there's how do I put this?
Look,
there's so much liquid money floating all over the place. And what I mean by liquid is it's easily flowing. Okay. There's so much liquid money when it comes to university, who's involved in decision making, who's involved into the boosting, the financials, the support. You know, there's political ties involved. It all deals with big money, big business. That's why they had Scott Green as the university president, because of the sales pitch. It's about the business. And so that's another reason why I think he wrote the book. It's to capitalize off another tragedy, just like he was trying to make himself look at these press conferences like he was fucking affected by it, and it was fucking obvious he wasn't. And it's like, dude, don't fake cry if you're not really gonna cry. That's insulting. Just don't fucking cry then. You know what I'm saying? Like, to put on a fake ass show, you have to, in order to be like that. And when it comes to it's the group. Where do you think the group got the money to throw all this money around? You know, there's been other things that have been explored when it comes to financials and bank accounts and all these other things. You look at what most of the students there were doing. When I'm talking about the females, and it comes to some of the apps and in the subscription based socials, there's a lot of money floating around. It ain't like, there's a reason when you go to Twitch and you go click on a Twitch page of GT, and if GT isn't on, then you know, here's a suggested stream. Well, the suggested stream is a stream that you suggest as your own. And, you know, there's a lot of the same people in the groups that are watching those Twitch streams buying meals for hot young ladies when you don't even know if they're chilling in the car around the corner, and then want to introduce them. Say, hey, I was the one that just bought you that macaroni. How you doing? You know, when you're talking about that, these people are the same people.
So who is responsible for that?
For what? It's not Grub Truck's fault.
No,
that's their business.
It's their business, but who is responsible for having these people watching on Twitch, on the Grub Truck, and
there's so
buying
many
these
creeps on Twitch, Yoli. There's so many creeps on Twitch, Yoli.
Okay, so what do you do? Oh my God, my hair. So what do you do?
What do you mean?
So what do you do? How do you hold somebody responsible?
There's nobody. You can't. No, Twitch has no fault, or Grub Truck has no fault. They created a page for people
I get it.
to join
And
in
Grub
and
Truck has no
donate.
fault.
And what the creepy ass fucking people do, that's on the creepy ass fucking
Yeah,
people.
how do you
That has nothing to do with Grub Truck.
expose the creepy ass fucks who are on the stream?
A lot of power and money.
Oh, that's easy.
I would say certain names right now, but I can't. I mean, hell, I was saying certain names back in the spring when we were digging into all that shit.
Well,
you know, when somebody's not charged, and, you know, regardless if they were, how do I say this? Okay, maybe somebody was charged but not convicted or arrested, whatever. You can only go so far, right? But when you see the same thing over and over and over and over and over with the same person, it's pretty fucking obvious. You know, you can't tell me that you like apples, but then tell me you really like oranges. It don't make no damn sense, right? And when I'm starting to talk truth about this person, because of all the shit and their involvement with 1122 and their involvement with the different businesses and all these other things, yo, I'm respectfully, politely asking you to remove the content of my client's name. My client has not been convicted or whatever for these crimes. I'm politely asking you. Normally I don't, but I appreciate you but I'm politely asking you to remove the content with my client's name, this video from this timestamp, wrote all the fucking timestamps I talked about him, wrote all this other fucking shit. Then I thought it was a joke. And then I got another one a couple days later, and then that one was not a fucking joke. And I was like, all right. So then I just took him down because I don't listen. It's true. You know, even if there's a lot of shady shit, I don't have the fucking money to fight a lawsuit. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to that, okay, I need more proof. You know, I can tell you what makes sense, but at the same time, you know, when it comes to names, I'm not gonna say what name in the group. I'm not gonna do that.
No.
You know, no.
The thing that gets me about this Idaho 4 case is that it doesn't make sense. There's a lot of people who say it doesn't make sense, and it's probably because of gag order. And if somebody would just come out and say, look, people, I understand these things don't make sense, and I'm sorry, but there's a gag order. Nobody says that. Nobody says that. They just try to shove this narrative down your throat, and they try to make BK seem like, not seem like, they tell you he is the killer. He did this and that and the other, and no, we don't know if he did that. And this isn't like you have video of a man shooting people.
Right.
Whose identity, that's different. This is somebody who's probably a recluse, or probably doesn't have any friends, and probably somebody like me. And you have this guy who allegedly unalived these 4 people in the manner in which they were unalived. And you know what? It doesn't make sense. So please, you know, I even wrote something on the Drunk Turkey show because I was so irritated. I said, Daniel, can you please admit this one thing? And that's, we do not have video or a picture of Brian Kohlberger's car with the license plate. Nothing.
When you should, because there's plenty of cameras out there.
And there isn't one. So if somebody cannot admit, well, he probably didn't see my comment, so, you know. But if somebody cannot admit that there is no video or picture of Brian Kohlberger license plate or VIN number identifying that car to Brian Kohlberger, somebody cannot admit that at this point in time, we do not have that. They're biased. Because we don't.
Well, when I'm just gonna say, when people come out and say if his car doesn't have anything, any ties to the victim's DNA, then that changes the game. And when it doesn't change the game, I'm sorry.
Still stick.
And Yoli, I'm not gonna say that they didn't read. He didn't read your comment, because I'm sure he did. He likes you. He just don't like me. Because if you watch, you can see our shows. One of them's even a members only. I argue realistic shit. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason. There's a reason that other people were always on. I'll just put it that way.
Well, I would love to be on his panel.
You could watch the shows on mine. You could watch the appearances on my show. You know what I'm saying?
No, I would love to be on his panel.
One of them's a members only. So.
But I don't have the energy. Look, I'm just here. It brought this Idaho 4 case means a lot to me. It brought me out, and you know what? I don't care. Like, I've had enough in my cases to know that this Idaho 4 case stinks. And you know what? Brian Kohlberger may have done it. He may have. I don't know. But if you don't follow the fucking rules, you're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
A killer may go free.
They don't care.
And that's not right.
That's why I don't even think they care that they're gonna get. I don't know.
Well,
Has anybody heard anything about this IgG shit? Because I haven't.
I will tell you about the IgG shit.
It's
Okay?
nothing. It's a
There's nothing. You
signature
know
and
why?
a fucking header. That's what
You
it
know
is.
why?
Because they don't have nothing. They've been saying it for months.
I don't believe that. I think that
You
Ann
think they have?
Taylor. Look, I think Ann Taylor pushed them to say, because I know I do this when defense counsel doesn't want to cough up. You either say the material requested does not exist, or it's not in the possession of the responding party, or it exists but it is with so and so. Like, for example, my client does not have the records of the decedent. They are with UCI. You can check with them. Okay. Here, the judge ruled that the FBI was involved in the investigation. That means the prosecutor has control over the work product of the FBI. Why do you think they produced something on the day they did? There's Department of Justice rules that say they have to. So as Ann Taylor, I'm going to get them to admit that it doesn't exist, in which case you fucked up, you didn't follow the Department of Justice rules. This case tossed out.
What I'm saying is they don't care.
Well, wait. They don't care. I get it. But I get it. They don't care. But they produce something that the judge has to review. And because what?
A signature, because they've been saying the same thing the whole time. What makes you think that they're gonna have their miraculous, like Bill Thompson's word? I'm gonna let them know the urgent matter. Like, give me a break, bro. Like, what makes you think that they got anything other than a fucking couple pieces of paper? Which, like I said, Ann Taylor's gonna say the same thing she said in the last court hearing. Same exact thing.
What makes me think that? I'll tell you what makes me think that they have more is the Department of Justice rules and regulations. I sent them to you.
Okay, but wouldn't that have applied 2 months ago when he was trying to,
Yes,
and she was, of course. And he kept saying, that's why I'm saying they're going to say the same thing. They're going to say, listen, this
They
is why
haven't said the same thing. They haven't.
They've said that Bill Thompson has said the whole time that he's given the defense everything that they have.
Okay,
He's
but
never
did you see
stated
the
anything.
in-camera submission, the notice of in-camera submission of evidence? They put something before the judge.
Right. I know. And what I'm saying, Yoli, is that Bill Thompson has been saying the whole time that there's nothing else. And what I'm saying is it could be. Let me finish though. What I'm saying is it could be a fucking scrap piece of paper from the notebook and say, here you go. We've already handed over everything. Here's the shit that don't mean anything because it's the rest that we didn't, quote, hand over. I'm saying, yeah, they handed over something, but what I'm saying is they handed over shit that doesn't mean anything, and that's why I say that Ann Taylor's going to say the same thing as the last court hearing, because the information that the prosecution is going to go, here's the rest, isn't going to be of any value. It's not even going to be what she's asking for. I mean, that's why when this IgG shit, oh shit, prosecution wins. It's like, yo, people, what if I told you I'm gonna sell you an autograph card for $100,000, but you don't know what's on the fucking card? What's it worth to you then? Is it worth $100,000? Is it this huge fucking this huge great news when you don't even know the words that are on the document? That's why I'm saying it could easily be a fucking header and a piece of paper that says redacted on it.
It could.
Okay, So they handed
But guess
over
what?
information. Doesn't mean it's anything useful, and it doesn't
But
mean that
guess
Ann
what?
Taylor's not going to ask for the same shit again.
But
Which
guess
is what
what?
she's been doing. What?
If it's nothing, and it's a nothing,
Delay.
well, that challenges the probable cause. That's the whole motion on prosecutorial misconduct and grand jury bias. Look,
I don't care.
I'm in her head. What
They just
I
wanted
would
to be in
do.
charge. That's it.
Look,
They already got
look.
past what they wanted.
No.
Yeah,
Look,
that's my
no.
opinion.
My
They already got what
opinion-
they wanted in arrest.
No. My opinion is that she's challenging probable cause. She's not challenging anything else. She's challenging probable cause, and the additional probable cause that was required to arrest him in the manner that he was arrested in Pennsylvania was a DNA. And I will say to you that the judge can't decipher that. You see DNA and whatever they did, and the judge is going to authorize that. But guess what? The defense is challenging that. So she knows, and Taylor knows, just like I know, the Department of Justice has rules for when the FBI is involved in an investigation. Just like Judge said, the FBI was involved in the investigation. So what does that mean? It means that the prosecutor he has access. He should, it's in his control, have access for the information that the FBI has. So guess what? He put a deadline, and guess what? They produced shit. But they produced shit. But they did go out there to the house again before they produced the shit.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like,
So Ann Taylor put them up against the wall, which I have done many times. It's like it either doesn't exist or it exists, but you can't get it. And now the judge has ordered you to get it. And so they got it and they produced it.
You know,
And
I
so
wish
the
I was
judge-
as optimistic as you when it came to this IGG, because I have a feeling that they didn't get
Nah.
shit. That's my feeling.
They have
I have
shit. Wait, they have shit, but whether that shit is gonna
we don't know what it is. It could, like I said, it could be a header and a redacted stamp on the fucking page with nothing. It could be that.
It could be.
So
But-
how can we go on about these documents is something when we don't even know what it is, when it really could be a header with a redacted stamp on?
Well, if you
I
believe
mean,
the prosecution, he said, "We've given everything. We don't have any more."
yeah, history repeats itself. They're going to continue
But
to
the
say they've
judge
already
said-
given everything.
But the judge said the FBI was involved in the investigation. They interviewed witnesses, so that's within the purview of what's in control of the prosecution. So yes, the prosecution delivered some stuff for the in-camera hearing. We don't know
So-
what it is, but let me tell you this: if it was nothing, the judge would have put a hearing already. He's evaluating the shit. And I guarantee you this shit is suspect.
You know the judge takes a long ass time,
He
so I don't
does.
think there'd be a court hearing already. I think he's trying to figure out, like, where in the fuck are we gonna go from here? This is why I say I don't think that they care. Okay.
Oh.
And this is where I think the prosecution is coming from. I don't think they have the work. That's why I say they continue to say the same thing over and over and over. Now, I don't think they have the work, and I don't think they care that they don't have the work, because all they needed to do was go to the judge and say, we have a royal fucking flush, because all they needed to do was worry about the enrollment that was first coming back. All they needed to do was worry about getting somebody arrested and charged. And then after that, because if you read the previous court cases from over there, They're already cool with a person that they're treating just like they are with Koberger. They were already cool when the jury said this person didn't commit the crime. When Bill Thompson and all them people, they're all so cool about having this person be convicted like Koberger, and then in the same area, same damn thing, and then the prosecution goes, well, we're sorry the jury didn't see it the same way, but we're not going to explore other leads because we feel that the person that was acquitted was the person that was responsible for the crime.
Yeah.
So they don't care. So they're going to go in there. I could see them, and this is why I'm saying they don't have nothing, because they don't, because that's what they've been saying this whole time.
Yeah. So
I don't
guess
think they're
what?
going to have,
It
hold
is-
on one second. I don't think that they're going to have anything when they come in, and I don't think that they care, and I don't think that they care if this dude gets off because the grand jury indictment gets questioned, or
Yes.
because the probable cause gets questioned, and then that eats away at everything else. I don't think they give a shit, because to them, they needed to handle the main part where it was going to become an avalanche if they didn't. They needed to handle the first enrollment of students coming back, and that was going to take care of everything else that they were worried about. So when they arrested somebody before the semester came back, and then they ended up getting, after time, a record attendance, they're fine. They don't need, listen, there's
I
so
get
many
it.
people
They
questioning
don't
this, and
care.
he's not even convicted, and they're going on.
I get it. They don't care.
They don't. I don't think they do. I don't think they have anything. That's
Well,
why I
let me
keep
just
saying
say
they
this.
just got the tip, and
Let
I
me
don't
just
think they
say
care
this.
that they don't.
If I were Brian Koberger's attorney, I don't give a shit if they care or not. I wouldn't give a shit.
I'm
If
talking
I
about the
ran-
prosecution.
Yeah.
They don't care.
Well, as a defense, I wouldn't
Not
give
that-
a shit if the prosecution doesn't care.
I didn't say
care.
they should. No, I'm not even talking about. I'm not even talking about the defense at all. I'm saying the prosecution
Yeah, okay, I agree with you.
doesn't care that
Agreed.
they don't have more to convict this man.
Agreed.
They just needed him charged. It had nothing to do with
Agreed.
the defense on if they
Agreed.
cared or not.
Agreed. But as the defense, oh my God, I would have a fucking field day with this shit. You know what? These officers, I'm sorry. They're, and I always say I am pro law enforcement. I swear to God, I'd be one of these ex-FBI agents talking about crimes. I did apply for the FBI. I even have the goods. I have the goods, so I don't care. I can show you the letter. I took the test. I did the whole fucking thing, but they wanted Arabic speaking people, but that doesn't matter. The point I'm trying to make is that I am pro law enforcement, and what I see in this law enforcement at Moscow PD, okay, I would rip them apart, and Ann Taylor is going to rip them apart. That PCA.
Oh yeah. Oh
okay,
yeah.
You don't even Johnston, Idaho. They don't have the right addresses. All the body cams say this.
You know what I'm saying?
No, they're done.
That was another fucking boom in this video, and how they didn't know the names of the streets, and it's like, yo, all you got to do is read the motherfucking PCA that came out on January 5th, 2023, and you can see that the cities are not even in the right state.
Gosh, let me tell you.
Like, come on, all you got January 5th. That's when the fucking came out. Like, come on.
Look, I've been on fire. And when I called into your show, I was on fire. I was like fucking frustrated. And I said, you know what? This guy, I mean, of all the people they could accuse, of all the people they could charge, they charged this PhD in criminology who's like probably gonna he wants to help, counties that are not sophisticated in all this webcam or whatever. He's gonna know every fucking camera. He's up cleaning at night. That tells you that he's he's into cleanliness. That's how. And you know what? When the prosecutor in Pennsylvania said when they found him separating trash into dip in his boxers, separating trash into plastic baggies. Okay, no, I've seen that. And that's where I have a basis, because I did take care of mentally ill people. And you know what? They say, oh my God, the bathroom trash can't touch the kitchen trash. And it's all crazy. Now, maybe there was an explanation because they had rules in the, gated community where they had to, sort out the trash or whatever. But hey, this guy,
That's what they do over there. They got
I
bears.
look at him in the situations where he's shown, and he looks like he has anxiety. Okay. And in the situations that he's shown, it's perfectly normal to have anxiety. I mean, you stopped by a cop, Brent Kopaka had this issue, there was an Idaho 4 thing, and you're stopped, and your dad is talking about Brent Kopaka, you'd be like, what the fuck, Dad? Shut up.
Well, he didn't say that. And when it comes to him vacuuming at night, this is stories from neighbors, and we've heard the aunt and we've heard buddies talk before, and so we can't necessarily take their word for
No,
exact
but to get to
what
be
kind
to
of what he struggles with. You know what I'm saying? So just as
no.
we're not
So-
saying that the neighbor is 100%.
No. But people who get to do this higher degree stuff, they do have anxiety. They do have this, like, they want to double check everything. They want to make sure they do everything. They want to make sure. I mean, come on.
Yeah, we talked about it in the last episode. We even have ourselves, you know what I'm saying? But when it comes to what the neighbor said about him vacuuming or doing dishes, so that's really the only stories that we've heard about him being up late like that or doing activities and such. And
No, we also heard
to say that he has OCD because of that, we just have to.
not because of that, but
You know.
also because he was addicted to heroin. I don't know if that's H.
Yeah,
He has
but
an
just-
addictive type of personality. That if he was addicted to H, and I'm no counselor, I'm no nothing, but he does have those characteristics that are OCD, and I think he does, and that's based on whatever I've seen.
It's dangerous. It's one of the reasons why John Judge didn't want people to kind of, you know what I'm saying? Because they didn't want to give the wrong impressions of what he might be struggling with or what he might not even be struggling with, when it comes to that. I can't really go off of, how we've heard stories from aunts, and it's just some.
But the main
crazy
thing is the basis for which you give an opinion. And this woman that came on, Court or wherever it was, I don't know, Court TV or
Yeah,
whatever.
Court. It was Court TV, the case against Brian Koberger
Psychotherapist, which means she does therapy.
Yeah.
The sexual.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, that shit was crazy too.
And if you look at the law offices of Andrew Myers or whatever it is, they do talk about the basis for which you give an opinion. You have to have a basis. And my basis, I can only base my non-clinical opinion that he may have OCD traits. I can only base that on the fact that I took care of people like that. I've seen people like that. They're very intelligent.
Well,
they're not very social.
Yeah, I'm coming from a spot where I have that, and so I'm gonna notice that out of other people. And all I'm saying is the only thing that I know about Koberger when it comes to that, because I can't judge him being pulled over. I can't say
You can't,
that
right?
because
You look at
OCD.
him and it's anxiety. It's normal.
When it comes to, you know what I'm saying, I'm not gonna label somebody as possibly dealing or struggling with something if they don't, because I wouldn't want somebody to do it to me. You know what I mean? So when it comes to the OCD, the people that have OCD, that's one of the reasons why I'm successful at being able to run a fucking show, is because I'm able to work on a billion things at the same fucking time and give every single part of it the same amount of focus. So
It's not a bad thing.
I'm not saying, of course, then I'd say that it's a bad thing about myself. I just said it's a positive thing because it actually helps me be successful in running this show, because I have to do a bunch of different things at the same time and give it all the same amount of attention and effort. And if somebody, I think it's an actual a bonus. I think the OCD that I've had has been beneficial to me, because every place that I have worked, I've been in management right off the bat, because I'm able to multitask and do 10, 15 different things at the same time with the same amount of effort and the same amount of focus. I'm not saying anything bad about it, because then I'd be talking shit about myself. What I'm saying is I'm not, I'm in the same boat. I'm not in any position or have any kind of schooling to determine what somebody has. I myself, just like you've helped people. I'm going off of my own. And so I can't say that I'm looking at things that I do out of what the aunt or what a neighbor was saying, and out of a body cam of being pulled over. I can't
Yeah.
get to that. And so that's why I'm saying it's just like the lady on Court TV talking about it being a sex related crime.
Yeah.
We also can't say that he has OCD or possibly has OCD because of what you know what I'm saying? There's because if you're not going off of what the aunt's saying, then you're going off of what a body cam of getting pulled over. That's not. You actually have to like sit down and talk to the person,
Of course.
or you have to have video of them interacting in society or with different things. There has to be some kind of study to go on to be like, oh, okay, this person might possibly have it. Because the last thing I want to do is say somebody possibly has something, when that's like somebody saying, there's a bunch of shows out there of people saying that I'm dealing with this and I'm dealing with this, and it's like, you have no fucking clue. And if you knew about all the shit that I was dealing with, then I don't think that you would sit there and say that shit, because I deal with a hell of a lot more shit than what you're saying is being dealt with. And this is how fucking cool I am. So I think what you're saying is absolutely fucking ridiculous, but it's people, and they want to make shit up, and they want to self-diagnose other motherfuckers. And so I guess maybe I have a little more investment when it comes to, not associating anybody with any certain thing, because I myself have other people out there on YouTube associating me with different things, and it's not true, and it's not cool. It's not cool.
It's not cool. And I have OCD, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I have anxiety, not gonna lie.
Same here.
It's normal for certain people. And you know what? As far as Brian Koberger is concerned, the only basis, and I will emphasize basis, because you have to have a basis for what you're saying.
But you don't have to have a basis for this, because if you're going off of what a neighbor's saying or going off a body cam, that's not really a basis. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There is a basis, though, that you can have despite not knowing the individual. I mean,
well, what are you going off of if you're not going off of the body cam getting pulled over and what the neighbor was saying?
I am going off the body cam getting pulled over.
So that's what I'm saying. That's your basis.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, that's my basis.
How can you go off of the body cam and, that's like somebody watching a video of mine saying, whoa, he's getting upset because of this. But it's like, no, if you knew what the fuck was going on, then you'd probably be screaming 10 times as louder as I am. I'm just calm and collected, and you're seeing me like this.
Well, his response is one of anxiety and like ADD. It's one of, he tries to explain to the officer, look, in Pennsylvania we don't have this shit. Like he's explaining things. He's not trying to be an ass, and most people think, I'm sure most people think he might be an
He
ass.
was respectful. No,
Yes,
he
he
was
was.
very
And he was
respectful.
trying to explain, we don't have that in Pennsylvania. And so
Mhm.
he was trying, and some people may think he was
Honest
trying
mistake.
to talk his way out of a ticket. I don't know. I see anxiety. I see that.
No, I know
and
what he means because I was there. The laws in PA and Moscow are different than what
I was
I'm
in,
used to.
yes,
You
I was
know,
in Vancouver, Canada, and the lights blink, and I'm
I
like,
would
what the
have said
hell?
the
Do I
same thing.
stop? Do I go? What the fuck?
Yeah, yeah. There's
But you get
like
stopped
even
by a
turn
cop?
signals to turn right when it's a red light. I've never seen that before. I would do the same thing. Not that I'm trying to get
I
out of a
would
ticket, but
too.
I'd be like, yo, I'm sorry. Where I'm from, usually you just turn right
I
on
just
red and
want to
there
know
is
what the
no
law
stop
is. Can you
light.
tell me what the law
Yeah,
is? And she went and
I
got the
didn't see
law and the
anything.
book, and yeah, who does that? I would
But
do
that
that.
means he's OCD?
It means he has some type of anxiety. I will say that. And I will say that only because I dealt with people like that, not on a clinical level, but as taking care of them, you see patterns. So that's the basis. It's not perfect. It's not concrete. It's not, you can't
Right.
quantify
And
it.
when
It's
you're
my own opinion, but I have a
right.
basis for it.
And when you're talking about somebody's mental health, you're not talking about if they're eating Snickers or Butterfinger.
No, it's not about
When
mental
you're
health, how they operate.
No, it
It's
is
not,
mental health because I'm being real. Like the anxiety and the OCD that I deal with is mental health, and it's
Mhm.
shit that happened from when I was a kid.
Yes, it's how you
You know what I'm saying?
operate.
Like that's what it is. It's the truth. It is
Let
a
me give you an
mental illness.
example.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm telling this about myself. It is a mental illness. Anxiety and OCD are mental illnesses, and I'm saying it about
Correct.
myself. What
So
I'm
you have
saying
that,
is we're not talking about candy bars. We're talking about mental
yeah.
illness,
So
and
you
that's where
have
we got to be
that,
careful.
and yet you function.
But what I'm trying to say is we can't. It's one thing to say that somebody likes Butterfinger over Snickers based off of a body cam, but we
Sure.
can't talk about mental illness and that's a way different
Yeah.
level,
No,
and that's what I'm saying. Like,
I'm not talking about mental illness. I'm talking about traits in a personality, traits that are ingrained in a personality. So when you talk about
yeah, but it's a
personality
mental
disorders,
illness.
huh?
But it's a mental illness. That's
Oh no, OCD, you can have OCD traits that are not like
I'm saying
mental
this about
illness.
myself. No, I'm saying it's about myself. It is a
Well,
mental
that's
illness.
you. But I'm talking about, that's you. I'm talking
Okay.
about, people
I'm
that
not saying it's a negative.
I'm going to give you an
But
example. It's all about behavior. Okay. I don't have I can't diagnose somebody. I can't say somebody has a disorder. I can't do anything. But
yeah, respect.
how you cope, it's all on a spectrum. It's like, you have,
That's what
okay,
I'm
I'm
saying.
like it's like here you are to the worst, to the best. And you know what? It's on a spectrum. It's like autism. Autism is on a spectrum. You have the worst, you have the high functioning. So I'm not saying that BK has a
But
mental
I'm
illness.
saying any level. Okay.
I'm not
That's
saying he
just all I
has.
want.
No. What I'm saying is that he is, based on him pursuing a PhD in criminology, based on the way he looks when he's stopped by a cop, based on his explanation when he's stopped by a cop, that's all I can go by. And based on his family, who said, well, the aunt, and we can take that with a grain of salt. But let me tell you, anybody who's going to go for a PhD in anything has to be somewhat OCD, because you got to do statistics, you got to do studies. You can't. Okay, so he has to have that. And so just like you say, he would know every camera. He would know every camera.
If you're
on the way
studying
there.
and stalking, not because he has OCD, because if you're studying and stalking, then yes, you're gonna know every camera. I'm not saying he's gonna know every. I don't even entertain the conversation because, like, when you say that's all I have, that means it's minimal, and so I think that to go off of minimal, because if that's all you have is the body cam, that is very minimal. You're not even seeing the dude like interact. He's sitting in a car, and so, and when I'm looking at it to myself, I'm not saying it's a negative. I've always appreciated the fact that I'm able to do that. I've always considered it a mental illness, and I'm talking about myself. So if other people don't consider it a mental illness, well, I'm sorry. But I do, because it's not, I don't act normal when it comes to my work. I have a lot of criticism from people in my personal life because of my work ethic and because of how much work I do and how little time I leave for myself. But what people don't understand is there is no burning out, because this is who the fuck I am. I work, you know.
Mhm.
I wake up and I work. I go to until I go to bed, and so I think it's always been a benefit to me, because there's plenty of people out there that are lazy as fuck. You know what I'm saying? And so I've always looked at it as, yeah, that shit's not normal. The fact that, because I get criticized about it personally for the amount of time that I devote to my work, you know, instead of personal. So I know that it's not normal. Okay. And so that's why
Yeah,
I
you know
say
what?
the
I
anxiety
will
is
say
not normal, because
it's
there's
normal for you.
definitely.
It's
What?
normal for you.
No, I'm saying to society. I'm not what? No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I know how I operate is not normal. And when you're saying the word normal, Yoli, do you not compare it to society? Because that's what everybody calls normal, is what society considers normal, correct? So that's why I'm saying the way that I act is not normal, because I have people in my personal life telling me I devote too much time to work and not enough time to personal. Okay, so I know it's not normal, because how many people do you hear get complained about in personal life, where they're complaining that their significant other is complaining that they work too much? It doesn't happen a lot. Okay, so I know it's not normal. I know the anxiety that I have in my life isn't normal, because I'm not able to go and do certain things that normal society is able to go and do because of my anxiety. So I know that that's not normal. So that's why I always considered it a mental illness. And I'm just talking about myself, because of what I consider normal from what society tells me is normal compared to what I live. And so when I'm looking at somebody and we're comparing OCD and anxiety, which are two things that I'm talking about, all I can do is look at it from my experience. And when I look at it from my experience, and then I also go off of the shit that I hear from other people, when they're just going off of minimal information because all they got is a video on YouTube instead of sitting here on my couch knowing the rest of the information.
I get
And
it.
so I hate the fact that somebody can watch a little video and come up with a conclusion about my mental health, whether it's positive or negative, when they're not sitting on the couch with me understanding. You see what I'm saying? And so
Yeah.
that's why I say I can't sit there and claim anything close to BK having anything, because I'm putting myself in the situation, because I'm continuously getting attacked from other people out there that want to take people away from my show, because we are about the peace, positivity, and progress. They want to take people away from my show. They want people to think that I'm a
You're gonna
fucking
make me
lunatic. They
cry.
want people to think that I'm psychotic. They want people
No,
to
you're
think
not.
that
You're
I'm
gonna
going to
make me
lose
cry.
it and I'm going to blow up. They want people to think that I'm leading a cult. They want people to think like all of these crazy ass fucking things. You know what I'm saying?
Dude,
And
you're
I have
making
to
me
sit
cry.
here and listen to these people, or I have to sit here and hear from other people that reach out to me saying, CJ, screenshots, clips, of this being said, of that being talked about. You know what I'm saying? And that's when it's like,
You
yo,
make
we
me
got to be
cry.
careful.
You're
I'm not
making
trying
me
to make you
cry.
cry. It's just I'm feeling like we have to be careful
You're
with
fine.
what we talk
Yes,
about when it
you
comes to these
do.
things because
No,
like
yes, we do.
I have people doing this shit to me, and it's not
No, I
cool. And I
understand.
have to do every show like I don't know it and I don't hear it.
Make
You
me
guys
cry,
wouldn't believe
guys.
all the bullshit that I deal with outside of the show,
It's making me
whether
cry.
it's from threats, whether it's from people talking shit, whether it's from people doing shows about me, whether it's all this other fucking crazy ass shit that none of you guys even know. And on top of that, I deal with that with all the work that I'm doing and all the daily life struggles, you know, and I do this shit 24/7. You don't think I worry about how I'm going to be paying my bills? You don't think how I worry about all these other things that are going on in life itself beyond the shit that people want to make up on YouTube?
Okay, that's
So
fair.
it's like
Don't worry.
yo, I don't know, you know what I mean? But
It's fair.
because he's like,
Completely
yo,
fair.
we're gonna go get Thai food.
No, it's fair.
He was getting pulled over both times. Maybe he was nervous as shit, you know?
He was.
Nobody's gonna act 100% normal when they're
Nobody
pulled over.
is. And you know what? And
It has, Summer.
I
It
have my
has.
opinions, but hey, I don't
It
judge
is,
you.
Summer. No, I'm not saying you do. I'm just saying there's people that I was even aligned with before. You know what I
I
mean?
understand. I know the
And
whole
shit.
thing.
I've never mentioned these fucking names. I don't entertain their bullshit. As soon as they stab me in the back, I walk the fuck away. You know what I'm saying?
That's what you
I
have to
walk
do.
the fuck away. I don't even bring this shit up, even when they're continually talking about me and talking about me and talking about me, or not stopping people in their chat,
Oh, dear.
or fucking all this other shit. You know, the shit in Discord that's getting talked about. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but you know
It's
what?
just like, yo, come
Look,
on now.
I'm
And I'm
not
still calm and collective. You know what I mean?
I'm not a stupid person. I'm not an idiot. I would not be here but for vetting everything. I mean, I watched the show and you make me cry because
I'm not trying to. I'm just like, you guys don't, nobody understands what the fuck I go through every single day. You know what I mean? Just even the crazy ass threats from people you don't even fucking know where they're
No.
at or where they're from. The threats that I get when I go on location to these places.
No,
You know what
I
I'm saying?
know. That's why I'm not going to.
There's a
I
reason that
know.
people there's a reason that people want to discredit me. There's a reason that people want to try and take people away from me, because they know what the fuck goes on over here. They know the atmosphere. They know what I'm about, really. Instead of making shit up, they know what I'm about, and they're jealous because eventually the people are going to come to this atmosphere and they're going to go, damn, this is a really cool fucking place. And then next thing you know, they ain't going to their show. They're threatened.
No. Don't worry about that.
They are.
I'm sorry.
That's why they make this shit up, because they don't want you to come over and give this show a fucking chance. I mean, when you got channels sitting there putting your name on give me a fucking, grow the fuck up. When you got channels putting your name on a fucking list, please unsubscribe and cancel your memberships.
Yeah.
Like, grow the fuck up, yo. Because all you can do is make content about other fucking people.
No, don't worry.
Come to
about
this evil
that.
CJ show where we barely talk about other people and we
Yeah,
talk
we don't.
about the
I
fucking
haven't
content.
seen him. This is why I'm here. Nobody talks bad about anybody. I mean, in fact, we were kind of making some comments about that creator, Unfiltered Lucky, and somebody didn't like it, and I guess, that's the worst that we've done. But nobody talks badly about anybody. So my thing is, I'm doing this. I'm talking about Brian Koberger, and I'm looking at him in the way that I would. I'm not looking at anybody else like that. I'm not looking at you like that. I'm not looking at anybody else like that. It's just that Brian Koberger is going to facing the death penalty. And, I mean,
I'm sorry if it came across that way. I was
no,
not trying to make it. I was just trying to show an example of
no,
where I
you're
was
right.
coming from on this part of the conversation, and I felt like it's like,
Nobody
yo,
should make, judgments or anything like that. I'm just talking about what I see. The only thing that I can base my opinion on is what I see. That woman that went on Court TV, she said she was a psychotherapist, and she just went on. I don't know. Is she a psychotherapist for sexual predators? Number one, law enforcement never said it was a sexual issue.
it's shock value. I think she was one of the people that made the fucking cut when it came to the show.
Yeah,
Because
and
I'm sure
I
there's
don't
plenty of people that got interviewed that didn't say the flashy fucking, the flashy hot words. You know what I'm saying? And they're like, well, I
Yeah.
didn't make the cut.
But
Oh, okay.
when I look at somebody, there's compassion. And it really pisses me off.
Aw, don't cry. I wasn't trying to make anybody cry. I mean, shit, maybe people need to, like, there's so many people that say so much shit. Maybe people need to know, like, the shit that I deal with. And then they see, damn, after all this shit, like, yo, everybody, I'm living in a fucking house that has smoke damage still. You know what I'm saying? I have to fucking wake up every day and smell smoke because they can't even fucking have the insurance fucking come over here and do what they're fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have listen, there's so many things that I could wake up every fucking day and scream my fucking head off because it's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? There is every fucking day. But I don't. I come on here. I do the shows. I don't even like the last thing, this is why I don't do shows about talking about other people. This is why I don't do shows about drama. This is why I don't do shows about that shit, because the last thing that I want to do, we're all busy. We all have enough bullshit that we deal with outside of the show called real life. Okay? Right? The last thing that I want anybody to do when they come in this show, because you all are fucking dedicated, you spend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours in a fucking show. The last thing that I want to do to anybody is have them deal with any kind of negativity, drama, have any of those feelings. And I want people to come and listen. If just like me, when I don't have the show, I'm dealing with fucking bullshit from life. You know what I'm saying? And so the last thing that I want to do is even bring the bullshit that I have in my life into the fucking show. I don't talk about the other bullshit. I don't even talk about my bullshit. It's because I want everybody to make sure that they can come here and have a comfortable place where they can feel safe and comfortable and free and just be who they want.
Wow.
And it's the last thing I need to do is like some of these other people make you guys spend 3 hours talking shit about somebody else. Like, what the fuck?
No. Yeah. Look, I get you. I mean, trust me, I'm a female and I've done some things, some very powerful things, and people were after me. But yeah, you come over here, you're just going to be met with the shotgun. Sorry. You just have to be that powerful and not give a fuck.
Right.
Because people are going to silence you. And when I talk about Brian Koberger, I'm not trying to give him a diagnosis. And I'm sorry that I don't want to do that on your show. But I'm talking about it from a perspective where I've seen people like this. I've seen people like this, like their expressions and everything. It's like anxiety to the max. It's like,
well, yeah, you're getting pulled over. You're going to have anxiety even if you don't have anxiety issues.
even if you
know what
don't,
I'm
but I see it, and I can't. Okay, so here's. I'm going to tell you a story, and this is where I can't explain what I feel and what I do, but whenever I follow my instinct, I'm correct. So when I took care of elderly people, though at a geriatric psychiatric institution, there was this Asian man who was Japanese who was urinating everywhere in the nursing home. They couldn't stop him.
Okay.
He had a diaper and he would just get up and urinate everywhere. And they didn't know what to do with him, so they were medicating him. So they at some point they couldn't handle him, so they brought him to the geriatric psychiatric unit. And they gave him pills for the bladder and all that. It didn't work. So I was a mental health worker, so I studied his chart, and he was a security guard for a bank in downtown LA, a night security guard
Okay.
for 35 years. So whenever he had to go to the bathroom, he had to call for relief, somebody to come relieve him. Okay, so I noticed that every time he started urinating everywhere in the unit and at the hospital, that he would get out and he would start looking for a phone. Okay, there was a payphone because all patients have to have this payphone. There was a payphone and he would go and stand there and get it. And then he would hang it up and then he would walk around and he would, then next thing you know, he'd be pissing everywhere.
Oh no, because he thought he needed to get relief
He had
before he.
Alzheimer's. He was confused.
Oh, that poor guy.
And they were medicating him, which was making
making
him
a zombie
like
problem.
all woozy, going and pissing everywhere. I mean, he was
Wow.
falling.
Oh my
Well,
god.
guess what? I figured it out. I said, anytime this man gets up and starts looking around, you take him to the potty. No medication needed. And you know what? The nursing home, when he went back, they were so grateful. They were like, oh my God, we don't have to give him any medication. As soon as he gets up and he starts walking around, and they put a phone in his room. So whenever he'd get up, he'd get the phone and then they would take him to the bathroom. I mean, I don't know how, but you just look at things, you put things together, and that's my mind. So I have a basis for what I say.
Yeah.
I'm not, yeah. And so that's the difference between that woman who said she was a psychotherapist. I don't know. Does she deal with marriage problems? I have no fucking clue. But to go out there and say she's a psychotherapist, which means she's providing therapy for people, and to say that this guy is some kind of sexual deviant when law enforcement said there was no sexual component to this. And she's saying that. I don't get that. There's no basis for that. And
She
actually,
made the cut. Yeah.
Andrew, the law offices of Andrew Myers or whatever, they had a show on it. And they did talk about what's her basis for saying that. She never said it. And if you're a good reporter, you're going to say, what's the basis for your opinion?
Mm-hmm.
Psychotherapist. No. Well, what kind of a psychotherapist are you? Do you primarily deal with marital conflicts, teenagers and parents? What do you deal with? And it's the basis for your opinion. And so, yes, I'm comfortable saying that I have some basis. I'm not comfortable saying that he's OCD. I'm not comfortable saying that he has a disorder. I'm comfortable saying that he has those traits based on what I've seen. That's it. And I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I have those traits. You have those traits. It's not a bad thing.
No, I think that's why we've been successful in our own way. You know what I'm saying? Because the reason I brought up...
Because I feel bad.
Why?
Well, because people are cruel.
I don't give a fuck, Yoli, though. That's why I'm able to come to you every single night, and I'm able to flip on the show and do my intro and say, hey, everybody, what's up? Even though, this bullshit just took place maybe 2 minutes before the show started. You know what I'm saying? There is so many nights that you guys don't even understand.
No.
There are so many nights that I come on to do a show, and you guys have no idea what I've been dealing with in my personal life.
The
And
people are
so,
cruel. They're
yeah,
very,
and when
very
people
cruel.
want to sit there and make shit up, like because I get upset at somebody and I say somebody's name on a show and tell them they need to shut the fuck up, well, it's because I've been listening to it for 3 fucking months. You know what I'm saying? And if you're going to tell me that because I do that after 3 months of somebody talking negative and you think that's flipping out, give me a fucking break, people.
Yeah.
Like, you don't understand the shit that I'm dealing, and I come on here and we, like tonight, you don't know what I was dealing with before the show started. I
Just
was
like
dealing with some bullshit. I've been
just like
dealing with bullshit for a couple fucking days. Some bullshit for the
yes,
last couple days. I've been really having ever
just
since this fire. You know what it's done to me inside, where every morning I'm fucking smelling goddamn smoke? It kills your inside spirit, man. But you know what? To me,
well,
that's why I always try and find a positive out of a negative, because if you let that negative win, it controls your mood, it controls your spirit, and I ain't about anybody controlling my fucking mood except for me. And
yeah.
so that's
And
why I say I
I
quote
get it.
Jay-Z, and I say what other people eat don't make me shit. I don't give a fuck if
Well,
people want to sit there and say, "Oh, CJ and this
but
and
it
that."
does
Blah, blah,
affect
blah. I don't
some way.
care. I don't care. I
It
don't
does
care.
affect you in some way. In some
It don't
way.
affect me. It don't affect me. The people that I care about, because I'm going to be honest with you, I care about everybody, but the people that I care about when it comes to me is the people that I really truly care. And I have a
Well,
small circle, and those people know, even my mods know. You know how much I care about you, mods. Like those are the people that I care about.
yeah.
So I'm going to reach out to them and communicate. These other fucking people that want to sit there and make shit up because they know that CJ's doing a more bomb ass job than they are. Well, be jealous ass motherfuckers, because I've been dealing with jealous ass motherfuckers since I was in 3rd grade and girls started calling me cute. You know what I'm saying? It ain't shit. So I don't care what they think. What I do care about is when people that I care about start to like, what is this dude saying? Why are they? Yo, I don't.
No. No.
That's
I don't
where.
I don't think you have much to worry about, but that's just me. But my
If I
sinuses
cared
have
like
been
that,
really bad.
I wouldn't have a show no more.
My
It'd be that simple.
what?
I said if I cared what the hell they said, I wouldn't have a show anymore. Or
Oh
I
my
would be
God.
just like them, and all of my fucking shows would be filled up with talking about other fucking people
Oh
instead
my
of some
God.
real shit. You know what I'm saying?
If I cared about what other people thought of me, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be alive.
Fuck them. I don't give a shit.
But yeah, so my sinuses have been acting up because of this fire. There was a fire
More?
hangar at the Tustin Air
Still
Force
going?
Base. Well, it's done. The fire's done, but there's all kinds of shit emanating from that. And it's
Yeah.
like asbestos and all this stuff. And boy, my dog and I have been suffering. And so today I feel a little bit better, but I have had sinus problems. And so it's not good. I haven't felt well.
No.
But in any event,
Yeah.
I think you're fine. I agree with you on the drip drop video. I'm not stupid. I'm not an
No, I
idiot.
never said you were.
No, I'm not saying that you did. I'm just saying that I wouldn't be here if I thought you were like of no substance. I mean, I wouldn't be here. I mean, I would not have been listening to you. No, I'm not in the Claritin D. I stopped taking that yesterday. But God, it makes me sad. It makes me sad that you get so angry about everything. And it's like, to me,
Oh, I don't get angry at all.
no, well, you get
That's
a
what
little worked up.
if I let it affect me, then I wouldn't we wouldn't be talking about different cases. I would like the times I do get upset is when I'm seeing and hearing the same shit for months, and it's like, yo, I don't even talk about you. Why in the fuck am I even in your mouth? Like, and I don't even talk about you. I don't talk about you. I don't respond to the bullshit that you're making up. You know, you got
No.
other fucking old mods making up fucking bullshit. Like, no, it's because, like, you know, I already called one of them out. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, why in the fuck am I even in your fucking mouth?
Look,
you know what I mean?
Okay, if people saw me in trial or in a situation where I had to advocate or defend myself, I'm a different person. I'm not this person. I will fuck you and disembowel you.
I
And
bet you will.
I'm not fucking kidding. So anyway, but I don't want to do that to anybody. I don't. But if I have to, well, you know what? I'm sorry. You asked for it.
I'm the same way. It's like 150 or 0. That's how I am. Like, literally, you get 150% from me, and if I can't get at least 100 back, I have no fucking use for you in my life. I don't, because the last thing I need to do is surround myself with people that aren't about the same shit, because then you're just slowing us down. That's why I get the big boot out. People want to come in here. CJ banned me. CJ, yeah, because there's a fucking reason I banned your ass. You know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna slow down everybody. You're gonna affect everybody's comfort. You're
Well,
gonna
you know,
affect all this shit.
Nobody's perfect, right?
No.
And so
No, nobody's perfect.
you have somebody who offends somebody, you got to take action for the community. It doesn't mean that you're banning this person because they're evil. It just means that they're not fitting in with the community. They're saying things that don't fit in. But hey, I did watch something on a creator that was wrong about something, and she was insistent that it was correct, and people were in the chat saying, no, you're not correct. And she corrected herself. You know, I mean, she was tired. I mean, I've done it in trial where I'm trying to add something and it's wrong. It's just wrong. And luckily I could make fun of it, but there are creators who mess up. It doesn't define them at all.
He's perfect. I've said some shit before too. You know what I mean? But it's like, I don't know, that there's some things when you don't see, but then there's some things where it's obvious, and it's like, come on, that's all.
Yes, like drip drop.
No, just like the truck.
Oh, the drip drop truck, yeah, where he talks about the truck.
There's clips over and over and over, multiple times, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You look at the front fucking windows; it's fucking obvious.
You don't hear ice cubes on my end.
It's dangerous. It's dangerous, you know.
Hey,
and I've drove by the president's house. There's not much security.
I'll be right back. I gotta take my dog outside.
Oh, you're good. It is.
Anyway.
We're human. We're not robots. We're gonna make mistakes. That's how we learn. You don't learn a pot can be hot until you touched the damn thing when it's hot. You know what I'm saying? You gotta. You don't know how to ride a bike until you fall off the damn thing. You have. It's about making mistakes. It's about getting hurt. But what it's about after you make the mistake is it's about learning from the mistake. And then it's not the first fuck up. It's not the fact that you fuck up. It's what you learn and what you do after the fuck up. That's how we learn. We're not just coming out of the womb like baby fucking Einstein, where we, dad, mom. No, we don't. No, it's just like a baby. You're trying to teach them to walk. There's a reason you have mom and dad, or mom and mom, or dad and dad being a foot away at first because they can only take that one fucking step and then they're gonna fall. It's a learning it's a learning thing. It's all good, everybody. We'll be ending it here shortly. I might go to the lounge here and I don't know. I kind of feel like getting on some Fortnite or something. Maybe some PUBG or something. I feel like getting on some games for a while. Why what, Nina? And Yoli, if you can hear us, they want to see your puppy. I need more coffee. Well, we've been on for 4 hours. Now I'm kind of nervous because I was trying to check my gigabyte data, right, for my phone because I'm using my mobile phone hotspot. And it said that I used 16 gigabytes in the last 24 hours when I just used my phone. And so that's when I was like, holy shit, that's a lot. I would probably burn up through my data. I don't know how I would have used that much. I don't know. I gotta look more into the statistics because I can't be doing a lot of I have to save the mobile phone shit for when I am on the road, and I do plan on having another trip coming up here in the next month. And so the last thing I want to do is burn through all that and not have any data or have to pay for more data when I'm on a trip. So I don't want to do like a crazy amount when it comes, because I was just gonna, like, after this I was just gonna switch to the regular internet and do some of that, but it's all good. I'm gonna be going to the lounge probably. I kind of feel like excuse me. Kind of feel like playing some Fortnite or some PUBG or something and just having fun. So if you're not subbed to the lounge, let me see here. Where's that link? If you want to come over there, I'll probably be on there for a little while tonight. And then we got 2 shows, typically unique, 2:00 Eastern, Conversations with CJ. I need to have an episode with Yoli. And then we're going to be talking Flora 4 at 7:00 Eastern tomorrow. Yeah. So 1:00 Eastern, 2:00 Eastern, my bad. 2:00 Eastern, we'll be having Conversations with CJ, typically unique, episode 2. And then later on tomorrow night, we're going to be having a Flora 4 episode talking about that case. And then Sunday, we're going to be doing our OJ 25 members only at 1 p.m. Central. So we got a lot of shows coming up. Yes, episode 2. I can't wait. Yoli, we got to schedule a Conversations with CJ show with you, where I interview you about all your accomplishments and
Oh my God.
and
Yeah.
achievements and such. Yeah, for real. Because you have
Well, look at me
there's a
in
lot of
light.
Huh? What?
People will look at me in a different light.
I think it'll be, well, I mean, you kind of like go through it each time you're on. You kind of go through little snippets, you know what I mean? And then I'm just like, oh, it just makes me remember that I need to have you on for a Conversations with CJ episode, because then I'm just like, man,
Yeah, there's
it'd be great to sit down and talk. I bet you have such a story, and I bet we would make a 5-part series out of it. I'm just saying.
yeah, they're very
I have a
noteworthy.
feeling like there's that much. Yeah.
But yeah, I really feel bad that people are threatening other
Don't.
reporters, and
that's why I don't even talk to you guys about it. You know what I'm saying? Because
I
then
would
you're
love
taking on.
I would love to be on some of these creators' shows and just disembowel them figuratively, like, but it's not worth it.
No, it's not. Like, that's why I don't even respond to the dumb shit. You know, you got
But it
another
affects
channel
you.
out there a couple days ago getting mad at me because I have a following because I talk Idaho 4, claiming that I'm talking about shit that don't make sense, and I got my homework from them. Like, who the fuck are you, bro? No, it's called you don't have personality. That's what it is, man. Because anybody, let's be honest, anybody could come behind a camera and sit in a microphone, but you have to have personality. You know what I mean? Like, that's part of the gig, bro. It's not everybody else's fault that you don't get fucking views. It's because you need to have personality too. Anybody can sit there and say, yes, there was a court date on 12/3.
You also have the
Okay,
voice.
so fucking what? You gotta have personality, bro. Don't blame other
And the
people
voice.
for busted, huh? Don't blame
And the
other
voice.
people's work. It's whatever. It's just people butt hurt, man. You know what I'm saying? The same people that are talking shit about me wearing my hat backwards. Like I'm the first motherfucker that's wore it backwards. Come on now. Like I'm the only motherfucker wearing my hat backwards. There's plenty of people wearing their fucking hat backwards on you. Yet for some reason I'm intelligent. I'm not intelligent because I wear my hat backwards and I say the F word. Like, come on, people. No, it's people that are jealous because they don't. It's whatever. I don't care about it. So you guys shouldn't either. You know what I mean? That's why I don't talk to you guys about it, because the last thing I need you guys to do is spend any of your time worrying about it.
But it does affect you in some way, a little bit.
No,
Otherwise,
it makes
you
me
wouldn't talk
stronger,
about it.
Yoli. Anytime that anybody has caused, you can go through the show. You can go from the beginning. Anytime I had somebody in the very beginning of my show, right? Start a fucking dumpster fire. We were talking about summer wells. And this dude on my fucking show said that she was an ugly fucking kid. And that, people are probably going to get mad at me because, but she was an ugly fucking kid. I'm just like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Not on the show. After the fucking show. Bro, what the fuck are you doing? This is a little kid you're talking about, and you're on my fucking platform saying that I don't give a fuck if this kid's fucking ugly. You don't never say that shit. And then when I got a lot of heat because of what this fucking dude said, it made me stronger. Anytime that I have people talking shit, anytime that I have people starting shit, it makes me stronger. That's what these people don't realize, because it makes me stronger because I gain more knowledge, because I gain more experience. I'm green as fuck when it comes to running a YouTube show. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll be honest with you. That's why you can see from the beginning, every little thing that I've done changed, updates. Every week there was something a little, because every week I'm trying to figure out a way to make the show better, even if it's something that maybe you might not even notice. But I also take those struggles and the pain and the things that either hurt or make me upset. I take those as experience, and the reason why I'm not it doesn't eat me is because I always find a positive out of negative. Somebody can sit there and talk shit, right, about my hat and how my F words and how I'm not intelligent. But at the same time, I can sit there and go, you know what? At least I look good in a motherfucking hat backwards, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can sit there and say anything you fucking want about me. You can sit there and say, yeah, my receipts gave you your fucking bullshit, bro. When you came on my fucking show, the reason you ain't been on my show past 1 or 2 shows is because you came here with fucking nothing. Oh, guess what? I got some fucking information, y'all. And then you get on my show and you show something that anybody and their fucking brother could have done. Oh, wow. No, it's because it's nothing. Not that anybody got fucking shit from you. Give me a fucking break. Ain't nobody getting shit from you, because if they were getting shit from you, then you would have a bigger channel than everybody else. And if other people are getting shit from you, then it's your own fucking problem, because you don't want to keep track of your shit. If somebody is doing it, which I'm not that type. I don't need to. I do my own fucking work. No,
Yeah.
it's because people always have a fucking, it ain't my fucking fault. It's not because of me. No, it's because of you. It's because of your fucking personality. It's because of your fucking work ethic. It's because of your fucking lack of a drive. It's because of your, hello. There's so many people that want to sit there and talk shit or blame this or blame that when these shows just need to look at themselves in the fucking mirror. Why in the fuck are you doing a show about nothing but other people? Why? Why? Why is this creator sitting there fucking saying that all these people doing YouTube shows, they're gonna listen to me. They need to stop. Hey, who the fuck are you? You ain't even worth the fucking dog shit on my soul, motherfucker. And somehow some people are no, it ain't anybody else's fault. It's your fault. Give me a break. I don't care, and I don't want you guys to care. So if you see somebody out there saying shit, fucking laugh at them because they're fucking dumb as shit. They're ill-informed. They have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. And the fact that if anybody is asking you, there's plenty of people I don't agree with. Do I ever sit there? Have I ever asked anybody, whether it's fucking on my show chat or in a DM, have I ever asked anybody to unsub from anybody? Fuck no.
No, you don't even talk. Nobody talks
Fuck
bad.
no.
No. And you know what?
Even the people that talk.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel bad about that unfiltered Lucky, but he was just, I'm sorry. But nobody talks
I didn't
bad.
say, I don't know. I wasn't saying anything bad about him. I know.
And somebody was being sarcastic, and it was kind of funny, but not at the expense of, I get it. I
wasn't saying. I actually saved a couple of his videos. I thought about why something happened to him. No, I think one of his videos I was going to get into on the next Idaho 4 show. This was just kind of covering different ones.
But anyway.
No, I have to check him out more. I've only watched one episode, so.
Yeah, it hurts me that other people like this nastiness, but at the same time, it makes me, and I have to stop myself because it makes me want to go on panel. Like.
On his show?
Open panels on the Drunk
on his
show.
Oh, on Drunk. Oh.
And.
Oh, wait. I thought we were talking about.
And the Detective John show.
Okay. I thought we were. Okay.
You thought we were talking about what?
Unfiltered Lucky.
Yes, we were talking about him.
Okay.
So I changed the subject and I said that sometimes I want to go on panel on these other shows, but I won't.
Oh. I don't care really. I mean, there's like I said a couple days ago, there was somebody that I've been that's been on the show often. You know what I'm saying? And they work with somebody else that's a fucking asshole. That I'm just gonna say it from this point on. They're a fucking asshole, right? I've gave this person so many damn chances. The fact that they want to act like a little 5th grade kid picking their fucking nose in front of the teacher when the rest of the class is just trying to learn, I'm done with it. And the fact that that person works with that person, this person's like, hey, it's like, when I reached back, I was like, no, we're still friends on Discord. Just because you work with a fucking asshole doesn't mean that I associate you with the assholeness. It just means that I know you're working with a fucking asshole. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to, and they know who they are, and we've already talked about it. And it's like, yeah, that's why I love you. Yeah, because I don't give a, I'm not that type. You know what I'm saying? I'm not.
Yeah.
So you go ahead and be on the panels. I don't give a shit.
I would if I wanted to. I do want to, but I stop myself because it's not worth it.
Yeah.
And it's not fair because I'm an attorney.
Well, if you guys want to see a panel conversation and you're a member, go to the one where they were, he was on the show together, and you'll see us. You'll see us kind of go back and forth,
Who?
and it's all logical shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's as simple as if I'm caught speeding, I should be able to see the radar. It's that simple. I've already said I was the same person that said if there ain't nothing in the car, that changes the game, just like these other people, except nobody changed after the game changed. So hey, at least you can go back to my shows and you can hear me say shit and I mean it.
Yeah.
Enjoy
Yeah,
the
I
conversation.
do.
It was a
It's
great
like
show.
I want to like, but it's not worth it. It's really not worth it. Like I really, it's not.
Take that energy. No, and that's why I always tell people, even the people that talk shit, you know what I'm saying? I say if they took their energy, just like you would, right, Yola? You're like, I could do this, but I'm not. It's not even worth it. You're right, because you're about taking that energy and putting it towards this show, and it's about the positive direction. You know what I'm saying? And when it comes to this true crime community, if everybody could just do it, if you wouldn't have assholes coming in here trying to distract chat from the fucking show because they're being a 5th grade nose picker, or you don't have people out there talking shit or making shows about, make a show about getting to the fucking truth. Why are we making shows about fucking other people? Why, when it comes to this fucking truck shit, why are we putting videos and clips of a truck, of a fucking truck we know is not even the same fucking shit? Take your energy, edit that motherfucker out, drop in University of Phoenix, Idaho deal. Take that energy, put it towards fucking positive, because there's so many there's pieces left all over the fucking place. And there's so many pieces that are scattered. That's why there's so many different speculations and so many different theories. But the thing is, people, is the pieces are fucking there. And if we could take all those pieces, and I'm looking at mine and I'm comparing them to yours, and some fit and some don't, and we all do it together, dude, we could have all of these fucking pieces and they could be in court, and there's no way that they could argue this shit, because we done did some of the work for some of these fucking legal counsels that maybe they didn't have time to do, or they couldn't do, or they couldn't explore because of legalities and boundaries, but we were able to because we don't have that, the people telling us we can't do this and we can't do this. You got, shout out Truth and Transparency with all the freedom of information requests and and all that stuff. Like imagine if everybody was doing this shit. They couldn't go in front of a court and say certain things because it's already out in the open.
Yeah.
I like Get a Clue. Very sarcastic.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't agree with some of these people. Sometimes it doesn't mean that I don't like them. Yeah.
He's not going to be agreeable to everybody because he does talk down on other creators. But you know what? Other creators,
He's talk down on me. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I don't give a
but
fuck.
it doesn't. You know what? Whatever. All I care about is getting some satisfaction that I'm talking about this and I'm trying to do something. I don't know what I'm doing, but if it's putting it out there, it's putting it out there. And if I'm an attorney and I have some kind of credibility, well, yeah, I mean, don't feed me a bunch of bullshit. I mean, we are not stupid. We do want to see the car with the license plate. The car, not a stock photo. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what the grand jury wanted to see.
Yeah, that's what I thought the whole time. They wanted, because that's, other than that, I mean,
So
that's
what happened?
the most simplest evidence that you could supply
what
that
happened?
didn't exist.
They wanted to see it, and so they reiterated the standard on probable cause. Well, I wonder what that was. Because initially in the beginning, the prosecutor has to tell them the definition of probable cause. So they, assuming they understood that, they looked at the evidence, they said, we want more. Okay, that's it. No, they gave them additional information, and that's what's in the transcript, and that's where the beef is. Did you mislead this grand jury into thinking that they could indict based on probable cause that really isn't probable cause? That's something else that you made up, or you said it's okay.
Okay, can you say that about them right now, though?
Can I
Like
say
as
that
of
about-
right now, without knowing what's on the documents, can you say that right now? I don't think you can you? They're using the same excuse they've always had. We've given everything. So
no.
go in there.
IgG, DNA stuff?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they could sit there and say that even regardless of what the DOJ says, because I know DOJ has responsibility to provide the documents if they exist. But if the other agency simply says we're not going to provide them because it involves the in whatever reason, another case, integrity, whatever reason they have for keeping it back, to say that they can't do it is a bunch of bullshit, because they did it with JFK's info. The courts kept asking, we demand, and the FBI kept saying, no. CIA, no. Like, they can sit there and say, no, we're not giving it, and the court can't say, okay, well, it has to be thrown out now. All they can do is proceed with what they have. I can't see them throwing it out if they continued, because if that was the argument, they could have said that after the 5th supplemental discovery request.
Well, the 5th supplemental discovery was for other information.
No, I'm just saying they could have said it. They could have did it before.
Yeah. So when she's pressing them for the information for the IgG stuff, she's pressing them.
They're not going to admit that they don't have anything.
Right. They're not.
No, what they're going to say is the same thing they've always said. We've given you everything that we have, and the other stuff we can't get. And that's why they're telling you the FBI has it, because then they can sit there and say, we can't get it from the FBI, which is what they've been saying the whole time. And so if you can't discredit the information or the lack of when it comes to the IgG, even though the judge is now saying it needs to be handed over, if you couldn't say it before, then you can't say it tomorrow if they tell you the same answer. You can't say,
Well,
all you can do is move on.
The issue is that they did submit something for in-camera review. That's what the notice of evidence of in-camera review. Yeah, it may be nothing. It may be, but guess what? We're only going to find out until the judge gives his ruling.
Yeah, I can't wait. Speaking of, let me see if there's any new documents out here real quick, because I like to check it from time to time. You never know. Let me see.
The fact that they went back there, I'm sorry. The fact that the FBI went back there after the order was issued by the judge saying that the FBI was part of, okay, I know this. You have somebody, they have a multi-state agency, they have Idaho State Police, they have the FBI, they have Moscow, Idaho, and they all participated in the investigation against this Brian Kohberger. Well, guess what? The prosecutor has to get that information. It's not rocket science. It doesn't matter unless it's a matter of Homeland Security or some other shit. You got to produce it, and the defense counsel's job is to make sure that it's produced. So yes, it was produced. It was produced. What it is?
I hope it's more than a blank piece of paper, because I'm tired of the fucking speculation. I really am.
So am I, and the gag order does nothing more than promote that.
Because then you're going to have more stories about one window truck turning into a 2-window truck. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's stop the fucking stories. You know?
And I am with you on that. I just think
should
that
have never
people
been.
want to do good, and maybe it just doesn't
I
work.
mean, I get it. You gotta listen. You gotta, you know.
But that's not right.
Like, all I'm gonna say is, people, the same night that Dot came in my show, you know, people, I even had people in my own show getting mad at me because I said, no, I'm not fucking letting you up on panel because you done already fucking
No, you
acted
were
like a
and then
troll already.
telling-
You know
I
what I'm
was
saying?
There, people were saying,
Like, I caught
"No,
on to
let
the
her
shit
on, let her
before they
on."
even joined my
She had
panel.
something to say. No, I know. I
And
was
I caught
there.
on to it before she even joined, or he or whoever, before they even joined my fucking panel. And I even called them a fucking troll before they, and then it's like, no, they got some, and then they come out, oh my gosh, you know, everybody's like, it's the same thing. You know what I mean? It's, no, I'm sorry. Not everything is a, you know what I mean? It's, and I know some people play it off. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm gonna look at Amazon. I'm gonna get me like a fake mustache, and I'm
Well,
gonna
it
wear
was
it
like
sometime.
over the summer, which I had a lot of time on my hands. Over the summer, I had a lot of time on my hands, and I was looking at
Be
the
my boom face.
And I just remember looking at the Linda Lane video, and I was addicted to
Yeah.
it, and nothing became.
I mean, we were too for a couple days, but I even had to like be real with people, like, and I understand, and this is where I understand. Like, I know that when some of this shit comes out, like Linda Lane and different things, I know it. I know people that people are do a lot of because they are so passionate and because they want the truth and because they're looking for answers because there's no answers. That's why I say I don't get upset about anybody about shit. I don't, because I know where your passion's at, and I know you just want the truth and you're looking for anything that you can find that helps get you there. I totally understand. And I know, and this is why I'm able to do a show. This is why I'm able to be on the platform and to do this, because I'm able to be that person that gets a little bit of heat in the beginning, because I'm not going to and I'm going to take on that heat just like I did with Dot. You know how much, dude, I was getting fucking emails like crazy, telling me how I was rude and how I didn't let them finish the story and all this other shit, and how I needed to listen. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, if you're a sleuther, if you're a sleuther and you're going to tell me somebody comes on the show and says that they saw Dylan standing out there at 8 a.m. with 5 other people having a fucking cigarette, and you're going to tell me you're not part of Ann Taylor's fucking star witness team? What the fuck, dude? Like, if you are a witness, you come right out and you say that you saw Dylan standing outside at 8 a.m. having a cigarette. Hello? That's a witness fucking account that goes for Koberger. Do you? And then she's going to say, well, Ann Taylor didn't want to meet me unless it was at night. What the fuck? Like, that's when I'm like, yo, this is some fucking bullshit. But I had to sit there, and this is when people that were part of my panel, which they were claiming, let's be honest, because you saw the show the next day on their channel, they were claiming I wasn't getting sucked into it and all this other shit. And I'm sitting there on the live in the back, and I'm like, are you fucking serious, dude? You were sitting there playing into, in my head, I'm like, you were playing into this person on my fucking show. Like, you were sitting there going, oh my gosh, oh, that's so sorry. Well, can you tell us more about, and I'm just sitting there going, when I'm on the panel and I'm sitting there saying to myself, dude, why are you playing into this shit? Like, this is fucking bullshit. And then the next day, you're going to sit there and tell your whole community, I knew it was bullshit from the beginning. I was getting messages in the beginning. No, motherfucker. I told you what the fuck Dot was. I told you Dot was coming. And then when it ends up on my show, and then you're feeding into these questions from this person while I'm trying to not let everybody get sucked into misinformation in chat because of the shit that was being said, even though I'm looking like the fucking bad guy in it. And then this dude comes out the next day and says, yeah, I do it. Bullshit. The emails that I got, because hell, I still get messages on that video. You need to hear her story. What the fuck? I don't mind. I understand. This is part of being in management for all these years, is I know I'm gonna be the bad guy sometimes. I know that. I understand that. But when you have to be a bad guy, but you're being the bad guy because it is about peace, progress, positivity, all of that shit, 150%, sometimes you have to. Sometimes you have to. Sometimes you have to change the oil. Do you get dirty when you change the oil? Yeah. But you gotta do it.
Unless you have a big old plastic suit.
Unless, hey, but what? There's some people that can do the oil changes, and there's some people that can't. And that's why the people that can do the oil changes are in the position to do the oil changes, because they're able to do that. I'm able to be a bad guy sometimes because I know it's about, you guys may think that I'm being an asshole on this, but then after a few days and then it starts to clear out, it's like, whoa, no, really, he was just trying to protect us from fucking bullshit or misinformation. When really it's like, it looks, but I understand that. I'm willing to take on that negative because I know in the future it's going to be about the positive, the peace, and the progress anyway. So I don't mind looking like a bad guy sometimes. That's part of doing this. It's part of running a ship. It's part of being able to manage different personalities at the same time. Is being able to separate and focus on nothing but the goal. And whatever it is, whether it's positive or negative, it's always going to be a positive in the future because it's always going to be about the goal no matter what. I know you guys hated me when remember Dot? You guys hated me that night.
No, I didn't.
I'm not saying you guys in general. I'm saying, like, there was a lot of people that were just like, and I don't blame you. I don't blame anybody because you all have passion. I would rather have some passionate people that want to look at every thought, theory, and opinion. I do, because that's how you get somewhere. That's how you evolve. But at the same time, I have to also ask everybody to trust me when it comes, because I know a lot of the shit. I know the conversations in the background. There's a lot of stuff that I already know, or I've already dug into before it even becomes something like that. I was onto her from the fucking very beginning. And the last thing, that's why I didn't want to have him or her up, because I'm like, I already know what's going to happen. It's going to be, crazy, outlandish fucking shock words. It's going to get everybody. And then all of a sudden we're going to be talking about a week about how, for a week about how this isn't true and all this. I mean, hell, it was even the next couple of days, I even went on somebody else's show because it was like, I was getting so much hate thrown at me. I was like, he's like, hey, I'm gonna do a recap of the show. Didn't even ask me. I'm gonna do a recap of the show just to make him look like a gentleman. I was like, yeah, asked me, but really, no, he never even asked me. He just did it out of my own fucking show. Was gonna do a recap the next day, and then reached out to me 20 minutes before the show was going to start to let me know. And then I was like, well, I think it's only fair if you let me on the fucking panel because I'm getting so much damn hate. I think it's only fair you let me on the panel. If you're going to do a recap of my fucking show, well, then you should let me on the panel to defend myself because of all the bullshit that I'm getting in the fucking background. That's the truth. That dude was trying to not only capitalize off the fucking conversation by getting sucked into it and trying to play it out more, but then also trying to capitalize off of the shit the next fucking day. It wasn't even. So when somebody like that stabs me in the back weeks later, no, I'm not fucking surprised. No, I just walk the fuck away. Because it's like, I'm not going to... Listen, you get 150 or 0. And you literally get 0 fucking percent from me, which is what I haven't even fucking talked about his ass. You know what I'm saying? 0. Go watch the show. You'll see what I'm talking about. You'll see who I'm talking about. You'll see how I'm asking the questions, not True Crime Designs version. The real fucking show. You'll see the questions that I'm asking. You'll see the statements that I'm saying. Yes, I'm not trying to be rude because I don't want to be rude to any guests. But I'm going to ask what the fuck I'm asking. And I'm certainly not going to be asking the shit that Mr. Third Person was asking or trying to get. It's bullshit. You know, and then people want to get mad at me from the other night from back then when all that shit went down. Y'all motherfuckers don't know this dude was stabbing me in the back for a month and a half. And that whole month and a half, I was talking to myself out of it because I'm like, why would this dude do this shit to me? Because he's supposed to be a friend. I must be thinking some crazy ass shit, CJ. I must be thinking some crazy ass shit. Don't even. And then it just keeps happening and happening. And it gets more and more and more. And it gets worse and worse and worse. And then finally, when I have enough, and the dude can't even wait until Saturday to have a gentleman fucking conversation and wants to start a shitstorm and then forces his way onto my panel and then makes me look that way when he knew everything that I was fucking talking about. But according to the audience, he wanted to play it off. And then, you know, that after that, all of a sudden there's a show boo-hooing, crying and getting the ching, 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 ching. And then it's constantly talking shit about me. 0%. 0%. Yeah, that night is. So you guys can go to any of this time, any of this, somebody on the show, you know what I mean? And they do shit like that? No.
Well,
I don't entertain.
You're talking about.
I'm not naming names. I'm just saying.
You're talking about the summer?
Yeah. People know who I'm talking. Yeah, the summer. In August. Yeah. People don't know, dude. The shit that he claimed he did. I don't know what you're talking. The fuck you didn't, bro.
No, I didn't.
No, it was an act. It was an act because I was gonna be going to 24/7 2 days later, 3 days later, because it happened on a Friday night. I was going to YouTube 24/7 3 days later. You can go to my old shows. You can see. Like, I know this. I literally had to change my fucking thumbnails and titles every night because I could never get to the topics that I was supposed to be getting to because somebody was derailing my shit constantly and it kept getting worse. You can go to the last week and a half of shows before that shit took place and you could see the derailing take place. You can go a month and a half and you can see how the envy and the jealousy started when I started getting attention. When I started getting the love. And dude wants to claim that he made my fucking channel. Bro, I had 3,500 people before I even ran into your fucking ass. And when all the shit went down and 160 some people unsubbed, that's what I gained from your bitch ass is 160 fucking people. So you can suck. You know what I'm saying? Like all this fucking I made the fuck you did, bro. If anything, I brought fucking character to your show because your shit's boring as fuck. At least I brought some comedy and some character. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't care. I don't care. So,
Well, you know what? It's in the past.
of course. But
And you know what?
It's
I
one
went
thing to
back-
warn people in chat because they don't see everything. You know, that's all.
I
Whether
went
it's
back
God
and I was looking.
or Mr. Third Person.
Yeah, I went back and I was looking, and it's pretty obvious. I don't know why I didn't see it. I don't know. I just didn't see it like when I was in it. Like, and then I went back, and then I'm like, oh my God. But you know what? When your subscribers get used to, you know, the show and it's a part of their life, and you know, you have like I thought you guys were good together. You know, I thought, you know, but you know, it hurts the subscribers. But you know what? I didn't see it at first. Like I didn't see it.
I'm about community, but I'm
I
not
don't
about
know.
motherfuckers stabbing me in the back, because then it's like, why am I even, you know what I mean? And there was a reason, because I was about to go 24/7. He knew the momentum I was having. I knew the momentum I was having. And I was going to be coming on before his ass. So the best thing to do was start shit in my mod security chat 10 minutes, 15 minutes before my fucking show. So then I had to let you on the show because you kept harassing me and threatening me. I mean, I already showed you guys the fucking text messages I got from the dude and how I never even responded except for the last one. And that was the only time I even hit the dude up. And then he's over on his shows. Yeah, we got some legal stuff going on. I'm not going to name names. And everybody, it's CJ, it's CJ, it's CJ. I'm not going to name names. It's CJ, it's CJ. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you did it on purpose, bro. And I'm sorry that motherfuckers can't see what the fuck you did. But it's kind of funny how a whole bunch of these other creators are starting to come out now about how you stabbed them in the back too. I'm just saying. But yet somehow I was a bad fucking guy when it went down because I was trying to protect myself. Because I wasn't going to sit there and let some piece of shit motherfucker try and ruin what I worked my ass off for. And for anybody that, you know, that's why people want to be like, he fucking banned me. Yeah, because your nasty ass was talking shit about me when all I tried to do was protect what the fuck I worked hard for. In a respectful way, because I asked this piece of shit to wait to have a conversation until we could have a fucking conversation like a goddamn man. And then this dude wanted to do shit and make me out to seem like a motherfucking way. And then I didn't even fucking respond to it. That was able to talk for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. I didn't say shit because it's like, okay, what I can easily talk shit. No, it don't. I don't give a fuck. It hurts when I care about somebody. That I hurt. I don't give a fuck about dude. That dude stabbed me in the back. When he stabbed me in the back, I gave 0 fucking %. Because honestly, I could have gone way farther than what I even fucking went.
Yeah, so
I could have went way fucking farther. There's so much shit that I fucking could have fucking came out with, because I'm gonna be honest with you, he ain't very protective over what the fuck he says about who he says it about. And you can sit there, and this is the same shit about the people that are in his fucking shows where he highlights their messages, how he talks about he's so good friends with them, other creators, in the shit he talks about them, shit he talks about. That's why when I'm sitting there going as a fucking friend, when I'm going, because listen, let's be honest with you. If you have a fucking friend that is willing to talk shit, like literally talk that hard ass shit about somebody who they say they're friends with on the show, then they're going to say the same shit about you behind your motherfucking back. And that's when I started to go, okay. Because if you're saying this shit about this female that is highly respected over fucking YouTube and Twitter, and you're saying this shit about her, then
About
I
me?
can't imagine what you're saying about me to her.
Was it me that he was talking
No. You know, and it makes me sick because he claims it's all fully funded. Dude, you got motherfucking all sorts of other incomes in your household.
Yeah.
Bro, you fucking don't even file your taxes properly. You got your money going from here to here to here, so it ain't even in your fucking name, bro. And yet you want to sit there and talk shit about me when I truly am the only income in this household. I am the only motherfucker living under this roof. I can't say, hey, wifey, can you cover me for the fucking month? No, I can't do that. I don't have a fucking child that's bringing in income paying parts of the house bills when I'm sitting there claiming to my audience that all of their support helps me come back every fucking day. What the fuck do you think it does? Do you don't think that I need to? Do you don't think that I need the support to have fucking internet too? To have a fucking fridge that's cold? To have fucking heat in my house? To have gas in my car? To pay for StreamYard? To pay for all these other programs, YouTube premiums, nobody has commercials? To pay for StreamYard so you can have some kind of visual fucking, pleasure? Snowflakes falling in the, you know what I'm saying? To sit there and manipulate fucking people the way that you manipulate them because you're worried about your fucking self, and you have people out here like me that don't even bitch about that shit. Hell, do you know how hard it is? Do you know how hard it is for me to promote my own fucking socials, my own donations, when it really is 100% funded? It's hard for me. Look at my shows, people. How often do I sit there and promote my own shows being fully funded when it is your support that pays my electricity? It is your support that pays for my gas. It is your support that pays for my trips in the vehicle and all that other shit. And then you got some piece of shit out there getting 2 other fucking incomes, lying about the fucking money, sitting there talking shit about me, negative, nasty fucking shit. I'm sorry. I wish that's one of my downfalls, and I'm admitting it to you guys right now. It is one of my downfalls. I don't pimp myself. I've never ever, even before I was monetized, I was never the type of person to go in somebody else's show and you would hear them say, CJ, drop your link. And even if I was a mod, I never dropped my fucking link. It's hard for me to pimp myself. And that's my downfall. It is. It's hard for me. Even when I'm a fucking mod or was a mod of somebody else's show and they say, CJ, drop your link. And I wouldn't. It's hard for me to promote, the funding and what the funding does and where it goes and all that other shit. It's hard for me. It really is. Because it's not about me. Now, might there come a time in the future where it comes and I'm going to be like, yo, guys, like, I'm sorry. I hope it doesn't come to the point where I have to say, look, guys, internet's going to be shut down, whatever. You know what I mean? Because if it does get to that point, then maybe I'm not doing maybe I shouldn't be on YouTube. Maybe this isn't what I'm supposed to do if it gets to the point where my shit's about to be cut off. You know what I'm saying? Now, I went 24/7 because for a whole fucking year, you go to my shows, you could see the first 3.5 to 4 months that I did the Evil CJ, what it was called back then was the Evil CJ Concept Podcast. Long ass fucking name. That's why I shortened it up. But it was called the Evil CJ Concept Podcast. I did not have a fucking day off for the first 3.5 to 4 months. A lot of times I did 2 shows a day, 3 shows a day. I worked my fucking ass off. And then I finally got got to a point where it was, and that's why I was working all those fucking hours, people. Then it got to a point, because you all know how busy I was 6 months ago when I'm telling you that I'm working 20 hours less a week at my job, and how busy I was for the fucking show. So you already know how busy I was before. Then how busy I was when it came to the job, and then trying to do the YouTube. And then it gets to a point where it's like, okay, I need to be able, like, I'm coming home, you know, and it's like, I need to be able to give you more, and I couldn't give you more. And that's why I'm so appreciative. And it means so much to me that I'm able to do this stuff for you. I'm able to come on at 9:30, 10 in the morning, 3 times a day, whenever. I'm able to go to these different locations. I'm able to do all these things, and it's so, it means so much to me, because, yo, the fact that I'm even going to, like, the fact that I even got to go to Moscow, like, this shit means so much. Not only that we cover this stuff, not only that I got to go there, but I got to experience something in my life that I never would have been able to. I got to take you guys on an experience that maybe you guys maybe never would have got to. That's the fucking shit that means the most. It's the experiences, the relationships that you build on the way, the close friendships, the you know, when you come into the chat and you're like, man, I missed you guys. It's been a couple days because CJ had internet problems and he's back, and we missed, like, that shit, it means something to me. And so when I say I don't do it for this and I don't do it for this, I do it for the truth and justice. That's where all this passion comes from. That's where all this desire comes from. Because before I started doing this true crime shit, I didn't give a fuck. I wasn't coming on until 9 o'clock at night talking about moon landings and shit. I didn't care if I was on the next fucking day. But then when I started coming across this shit, and it's like, yo, there's a reason. I've already been on this earth for what I've gone through and what I've been through on this planet already, right? I've already done what I was supposed to do on this planet, considering everything that I've gone through and went through. Now, this life that I live, this body that I'm in, this existence that I'm here, is not about me anymore, because I've already done what I was supposed to. Because I could literally lay on that fucking deathbed and not regret anything that I've ever done in my fucking life. Not saying that I've made bad decisions, but I'm saying I could go on that deathbed tonight and fucking literally be cool with how I was. Now, this life, my existence, because to me, it's all about a higher purpose. It's all about, why am I here? Why was I given this gift to be behind a microphone, to be comfortable behind a camera, to be comfortable calling shit out, to be comfortable taking on all this hate, to be why am I here? The reason I'm here is because it is about the truth and justice. The reason I'm here right now and not 10 years ago is because now I'm able to give 150% to these victims, these families, and these communities. I couldn't 10 years ago. Just like your comfort, Yoli. There's a reason. There's a reason why we're here. My reason, until the day that I fucking die, is about these victims, these families, and the fucking justice. And if that means that one day I can't afford my fucking internet bill, and I figure out another way to help victims, then it is what it is. But I'm telling you right now, I've done what I was supposed to do on this earth. I've dealt with it. I've lived through it. I've used it. I've changed the direction of my heredity. I've altered the course of the negative shit that gets handed down. I've spun that into a positive. I've put the message out there for 15 plus years about peace, positivity, and progress. I've done what I was supposed to do. It isn't about me. We're not put on this earth for our fucking selves. We're put on this earth for other people. You have to deal with you first. Then when you get to the point where some people can't get to that point, I've already been to the point. I've done what I was supposed to do. Now I'm here to do something bigger. I'm here to do something that has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. And so when I see people out there talking shit about me, and I see people out there talking shit about spinning stuff to a community, no, I'm not going to give it. But I'm also going to warn you guys. There's a lot of fucking wolves out there in sheep's clothing. A lot of them. 99% of them. And each one of them show you little snippets. Because that mask, it's got a hole somewhere to put it over your head. And when a little bit of that hole gets exposed, it's up to you whether you want to accept it or not. I'm sorry, man, this turned into some kind of fucking speech night. I'm sorry.
No, it's good. It's good. It's all good. I mean, I started crying. Oh my God, I don't cry. I don't cry. Ever. Well, I do, but not ever. Not.
Well, my point is I could talk to you guys about negative. I could bring the negative. The last thing, I don't even talk about the negative shit that I go through, because then that's one more minute that you guys need to have negativity in
Well,
your
I
life.
didn't
And
know.
I'm not trying to do that to anybody, you know?
Well, I didn't know that, like, talking about Koberger, like, when I say things that I say, you identify with it, but I identify with it. So I don't know if I'm being, like, biased and I'm projecting, like, my.
No, it's different experiences. Like you said, you took care of people, right?
Did I
You know what I
see
mean?
it?
That's, you know, and you even said you had it too. But I'm looking at and you were looking at it from your experience, and I was looking at it from mine, because there's still people out there making shows or making jokes or talking shit in people's shows chat, you know, about this or about that, you know, when it comes to that shit about myself. And it's like, you know, even when people come in here and they say something negative about another show, do I not warn people in chat of my
Oh,
shows?
nobody says anything
You don't need
bad.
to even.
This is why
You know what I see?
like.
I stop that shit. I stop that
And
shit
you
when
know
it's
what?
even in my chat. You know what I
I
mean?
know,
Like, that's the
and
kind of respect that I have for people, even if I don't like them. You know?
well, you know what? I like Brian Hoffman, and he said some things, and I kind of laughed, but no, that wasn't right. I mean, no, we shouldn't.
I'm saying, like, everybody can have their own feelings.
Yes.
But just like these other shows where you have people in chat, you know, oh, do this and then CJ's gonna have a mental explosion or whatever. It's like, yo,
Look.
if you all knew what the fuck I dealt with on a daily basis, like, who in the fuck has a great time waking up for the last 2.5 fucking months smelling a campfire every fucking morning? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just one thing.
Yeah.
You know,
but,
and deal with
you know,
shit internet and you know, fucking people saying this and people making shows, and it's like, if people only knew, like, really, let me put you in my position, and I guarantee you wouldn't be calm and collective like my ass in the same position. I guarantee it, because when I say 150, it really is anybody.
Oh.
Anybody. If they had the shit, like,
Oh my God.
there's so many times where people don't understand. Like, they don't
Yes, I
understand my drive.
understand that people don't
They don't
understand the frustrations that occur because you can't do your job.
Or
And
either people trying to discredit you,
it's out
just
of
out
your
of jealousy.
control.
Mm.
Because
What
people
they
either
don't make
try to
shit.
discredit you, they try to interfere, or something about the technology doesn't work. Believe me, I've been there. People still think I'm the fucking court reporter. Defense counsel who don't know me, they think I'm the fucking court reporter, and it's like, no. They think I'm the like, am I speaking to the attorney? Yes, you are. And they don't fucking know. And I'm not about to be out there. I'm pretty prominent. So when I post those things on Discord, you will see just how prominent I am. But I don't care about that. I just needed a place where I could talk about the Idaho 4 because it doesn't make sense. And I was so frustrated. And it's like, please don't shove this down my throat. No. This guy, I look at him and it's like, no. I just feel it in my bones. Like, no, this is not this. And you know what? The basis, like I said, is I've taken care of people like that. I know people like that. I may be a little bit like that. And I know that CJ may be a little bit like that. And there's nothing wrong with that. But you know what? People are targets when they're like that. And I have eyes in the back of my head, luckily. But when you're different and you don't fit in, you're a target. And that was me all along. But let me tell you, I'm no fool. And I'm not going to be talking on somebody's show. I'm so fucking introverted. There's no way I would be talking on somebody's show if I didn't trust the mission, if I didn't trust what was being promoted or whatever. And I wish people, like, I'm going to post it on Discord because people need to know that I'm not, I'm the shit. But I don't, I don't act like it. Nobody knows it except for me. Anyway.
We need to, when can we have a conversations with CJ with Yo?
We should have it.
Can we schedule that right now? Can we schedule that right now? What?
No, because,
I'm 24/7. Whenever you're good is Mike's, whenever your schedule's good, my schedule's good. When can we do it, Yoli?
Okay, so probably, the sad thing is probably closer to Christmas.
Hey, wait,
but
your schedule is my schedule.
Available.
Your schedule is my schedule. Well, we can leave it open-ended. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I kind of do because I want to date.
You could do a video.
I want to know what, huh?
You could do a video.
What video?
You could what is that?
What, record it?
Hold on.
Record it
Yes.
offline? Or?
Yes. Yeah, I am. I'm a completely different person, Summer. The Yoli you see here is the Miss Medina in court. But yeah, I don't advertise it. I don't like it. I do it.
Well, when can we? No date, but a general idea. I mean, because people have been asking. I want to do it because I think the stories and the conversation, because it's all going to be about you. It ain't going to be about me at all. It's all going to be about you. I really see it being a multi-part series, honestly, because
yeah, it probably is
of everything.
Because my story is crazy.
We got to do it.
I just got notification on 23andMe that the fucking data breach. It's all over the place.
Yeah, it starts with 14,000, then goes to 5 million, and then you don't think the 5 million's gonna go to 50?
Okay,
like what the fuck?
Like, I'm gonna sue you people. Like, if I get caught up in some crime, oh my god. Anyway, I'll give you a date. Let's see. Today's the 8th. So It's going to be either closer to Christmas or closer to the New Year. Like, I could do New Year's Eve, actually.
Well, that's
But
my
most people aren't
birthday. So I
available.
was gonna have New Year's Eve is my birthday. I was gonna hang out.
shit.
I don't go out on my birthday because I was always nervous about. I did go out on my 21st birthday.
I don't go out on New Year's Eve.
But after that, I don't because I don't want to die from a drunk driver on my birthday.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't go out on my birthday. So I planned on spending my birthday with everybody here on the show.
Oh.
And I don't know. I figured we'd play games and have fun or whatever. Maybe like the day before, if you wanted to wait until then. But really, whatever day and time is perfect for you is going to be perfect for me. That's the beautiful thing about doing the 24/7 is everybody's schedule is my schedule. So
Okay.
whatever.
So, whenever I'll Discord you, DM you.
Okay.
It's gonna probably be multi-part series because
Yeah.
man,
I figure we could break it down. We can break it down from decades. We can break each show down in a decade. You know what I mean? Cover one decade, you know, from 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 40 to 50. I don't know how old you are. I'm not saying you're 50, but you know what I'm. However, you know, every 10 years. I'm not saying you're that old. I'm just saying, you know, every 10 years, I think it would be one show for each decade. Would I think?
I just have good genes because my mom had good genes.
Yeah, I know. Same here. That's why everybody thought I was a college student when I went out there, and I'm about to be 45. I'm about to be 45, and everybody thought I was a college student.
People still think I'm.
Yeah, the genes, baby. It's all
In
about the
person,
genes.
they think I've been told late 20s. It's like, oh my God. No work, no plastic surgery, no hair dye, no nothing. Nothing. Seriously. But I had good genes.
Well, yeah, we got to have that soon. Yeah, I'm a Capricorn too. We got to have that soon for sure. So whenever, even, you know, if it's before, I don't even care if it's like 2 days notice or a day before. You know what I mean?
I have a lot of work. So I have a lot of work coming up. So in January, because I have a trial January 26th, and then I have a trial February, like around Valentine's Day. I'm going to have a lot of work. So usually it probably would be best before January, the first week of January. So
yeah, whenever from, well, not tomorrow. Because I have 2 shows tomorrow. Not Sunday. Any Monday on. From Monday to eternity, you name the day and the time, and we're doing it.
Yeah. So the first show, if it's from birth to maybe let's say 15 years old, that would be interesting.
I think it's all going to be interesting. I think honestly, it's going to be one of the best shows that we do on here. You know, like I'm like typically unique. I'm having them on again tomorrow where we talk a lot about mental health. You know, they have a lot of great advice and knowledge.
You know,
They've been through some stuff.
The
You know what I
delays
mean?
in getting mental health treatment. I sent you something. I mean, there's so many delays. Gosh, I mean,
yeah, or they don't have enough availability for the services to, you know, because you got a lot of people getting released after 30 days, and really they should be in there for 3 months. You know what I'm saying? You can't, when it comes to some of these, even substance addictions. You know, these people need multiple months of help. You can't just say they're fixed in 30 days or less, and say, even with the mental stuff, you can't. I mean, hell, some of these medications take 30 days to go into effect in your body. You know what I mean? And then to just push them back out there and expect society. It's one of the unfortunate reasons why we have some of the problems that we do as an epidemic of the society when it comes to some of those issues is because the services aren't there. When you got you got a dude calling a hotline to stop himself. He just needed somebody to tell him it was a bad idea before he went into the Aurora movie theater, and the person sat there, didn't say anything for 9 seconds, and then they hung up on him because he sat there and watched his phone. The timer for when the call ended, he watched it hang up and fucking flash that it was only so many seconds, 13 seconds or something was the call. And then he got up and went in and did what he fucking did. He said he wanted somebody to tell him it was a bad idea. And nobody was fucking there. You know what I mean? It's just these
And the
services.
laws.
And it's not their fault. It's funding. It's funding. It's
And the
government.
laws, they don't.
Yeah, because they take away from welfare and mental health services when we're fucking broke.
And
That's the
there's a
fucking
law
problem.
that says, if you're transporting a 5150 patient, if they get up and run, you're immune. You don't have to do anything. And they're immune from liability, which makes them not want to do anything. CJ, where'd you go? Oh my God, I'm here alone. Anyway, today was kind of emotional. I've had a very hard week. We lost CJ. There you go. Oh, my dog? You want to see my dog?
Oh, yeah, they were wanting to see your dog.
Oh, I'll bring her. I'll be right back. I'll get her.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I need a fake mustache. Maybe it'll help make my voice a little louder out here in this true crime community. Right, Aaliyah. Like, it's so sad. You know what I'm saying? And that shit right there, it almost makes me want to go a political route in the future. For real. The shit right there. The shit that takes place. The way that shit goes down. It's why so many times in the back of my head, I think maybe in 10 years, I'll want to go the political route or something. I don't know. Maybe in 5. I don't know.
This is Sapphire.
Oh,
she has a sweater on.
Oh,
she
doesn't want to be up there. Oh,
she's old.
Oh, cold.
I adopted her and her brother from my boss who passed away from pancreatic cancer. And so she had a brother named Trevor. Say hi, girl.
Oh, it's a cute puppy.
Well, she just got groomed.
Sapphire.
Hi, Sapphire. Oh, yeah. Say hi. Hi.
Aw. Aw.
She has a sweater. Look at her sweater.
Yeah, and it's like a turtleneck.
Yeah.
That's a fly sweater. I need me a turtleneck.
Yeah, she's so old. She doesn't have any more teeth.
Aw.
Hi. Okay, I'll let you go now. She shits a lot. She shits.
Aw.
She shits everywhere.
Well, like, hey, we come in wearing diapers. We go out wearing diapers.
Yeah,
you know?
I had the pat. Oh, she's elderly now, and it's just.
Yeah.
Anyway.
There ain't nothing wrong with that. We come in wearing them. We go out wearing them.
Hey, I used to take care of elderly. I'd change their diapers and bathe them, whatever. It's not beneath me. It's actually, it was actually a good experience. And the O.J. Simpson, when the Chase was going on the 405, I had 2 Alzheimer patients with me, and they were watching, and they all wanted, one of them wanted their husband to come home. Husband's been dead for over 20 years. Yeah, and I kept saying, okay, you can't argue with them. I just kept saying, okay, it's okay. And they're like, is that my husband? I'm like, yeah, he's coming home. I had to make sure, like, she's watching the TV. Yeah, he's on his way. And the other one was just crazy, and I had to keep watching her, and but it was interesting. I mean, they're pretty funny, the Alzheimer's people, when they're I mean, they make a lot of fun jokes.
Yeah, it's just hard when you see them, because with Alzheimer's, there's also points where they do recognize that their mind isn't acting right.
That's the hard part, yeah.
And that's the hard part, when you see them realizing that,
Yeah.
that they're
But,
aware of,
once they go, like, once it's crossed, they're the nurses, they want to give them reality checks. It's like, it doesn't work. Like, I had people that wanted to go home, and they're waiting for the bus and everything, so I just made a bus stop in the nurses station front, like, okay, let's wait for the bus. And they'd be talking, the ladies would be talking about waiting for the bus and going home to make dinner. And then, I would just sit with them, and they would just say, they would get sexy. Like, they would start saying, oh my God, like, oh, I'd do him, like, ladies, oh my God. And then all of a sudden it'd be dinner time, and I'd say, okay, we're going to go to dinner. And they'd forget all about their waiting at the bus stop. And, I love that. I love that job. And then they do arts. And actually, the Alzheimer's Association has a calendar where, oh my God, these Alzheimer patients, they would do beautiful art. Like, where does that come from? And they made a calendar. And so every year they have a calendar. And I love that job. I don't know. But you know what? I got pissed off because of how they treat them. And then I said, I'm going to be a lawyer. And that's what happened.
Yeah. The myths are true, it takes special people to do that kind of work. And that's why I always say, like,
my friend Rania, who lives in San Francisco, she's going to be coming next weekend. She came here from Lebanon, and she and I were taking care of old people. And we bathed them, we worked with them, and I bonded with her. I learned some Arabic from her, and she learned some Spanish from me, and she's my best friend. And we took care of these elderly people. And the funny thing is, before I went to work for the hospital, we worked in a very high-end elderly assisted living, where people would pay a lot of money. And it was like a hotel. I mean, they lived there, and they would go eat, and we would take care of them. And we were like private companions. We'd get paid a lot of money to be private companions. And so we were private companions for various elderly people there. And you know what? We did everything. We cleaned them when they're full of shit.
Yeah, you
Hey, man.
serve them, like
That's
one of
not
their kids.
me.
Yeah.
It was a very interesting experience, because these elderly people had a lot of knowledge. And then when I went to work for the psychiatric unit, you have elderly people with Alzheimer's on top of bipolar disorder, or on top of schizophrenia. Oh my God, I had a man throw his dentures at me, and I had to go get an x-ray. Luckily my cheekbone was not.
Oh,
Anyway.
Damn.
But they're treated badly, unfortunately.
I mean, yeah, I mean, yeah, you have to have a lot of patience for that kind of job. And
Aw.
some
But
people
it's
don't.
not that. It's not.
Some people don't.
Okay, you got to have a lot of patience to deal with normal people. To deal with Alzheimer people, you could talk about anything. They don't care. There's no pressure. Not at all.
No, I mean patience because they do get very physical too sometimes.
Yeah, if they're not stable, yeah.
Um,
But
and
you can't
even
hold it against them. You know, it's not like
no,
somebody getting
no,
sick.
because no, for real. Like I can imagine. Like I remember one day, I was having either a heat stroke or close to it. Like it was fucking crazy, and I literally forgot how to spell the word cookie. And I kept like going through my head, like, and that alone was scary to me because I recognize myself. I'm like, bro, how do you fucking not know how to spell cookie? How can you not like that was scary. Realize like, dude, what the fuck's wrong with your brain, dude? How can you, and this was at work one day, and so I can imagine, like you what I say is you come back. What I mean is you come back to your normal thought process, not the Alzheimer's effect, right? So you come back because there are stages where you come back and you remember everything. That's the part that would really freak me the fuck out because just a teeny bit, just one day of me getting that scared. I can imagine when you literally come out of it and you're like, what the fuck did I just do for the last 4 hours? And then you're telling me that we had a conversation. I don't remember. You're telling me all this thing and I'm supposed to know it and remember it, but really I don't. And then you're like looking at me like I'm crazy because I don't remember it and all this other stuff. I can imagine the
Yeah.
the thing it does to your spirit and your outlook,
Yeah.
on
It's
things.
that's the stage that's the worst, Once they get there to where they have Alzheimer's, you need someone who can enter their world and take care of them. That's it.
Yeah.
And
Brain fog.
a lot of them, they do get violent, but I was so against medicating the elderly because they fall and they break a hip and then they die. So my job was to find behavioral solutions, like I did with that guy that was the security guard, the Japanese guy, and to find behavioral solutions for these people. And I swear, I had a lady also that had echolalia. That means they chant things. It's called echolalia. And she would say, the Mexican people are here, like she would chant, the Mexican people, the Mexican people. What the fuck? And so she was a very wealthy woman who lived in a mansion in Newport Beach, and she had gardeners. They were Hispanic, Mexican, and she would always be looking outside and criticizing them according to the daughter. So, I don't know why she was fixated on that, but that's what she was saying, and she was causing so many problems at the nursing home because she would just chant and like it would keep everybody awake. So I was like, what the hell? So the sad thing is they had to put her in a room without windows because she would look outside and she would see things, even if it was cars or whatever. She would so they put her in a room without any windows, and she just kind of, there's nothing to see, no people to see. It was kind of sad, but her chanting stopped. And so she was able to be managed without medication, because once they give them medication, they're falling all over the place, and it's sad.
Become a different person,
Oh no, you don't want to medicate elderly people like that, especially, no.
Yeah.
So I had a good job. I liked it. a lot, but you know what? It didn't pay much, and I don't know.
They don't. That's why it takes special people. You know.
I got pissed off too at how they were treating them.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and end this show. This is what a show, man. 5.5
Yeah,
hours.
I'm sorry. I got emotional because I don't want you to think that I'm criticizing you or anything. I just
No, I didn't feel that way.
Yeah, but a lot of BK, a lot of what BK exhibits, it may be a lot of what I feel, and maybe there's something to it, and like you said, there's a lot of traits that might resonate with you, So I don't know. I just felt very emotional because I don't want you to think that. I do have a basis
No.
of thinking what I think.
No.
And I'm not diagnosing him in any way. And I'm not saying that what he has is bad, if it's true.
No.
He's just the target.
I don't think it's bad. I've always looked at it as a strength of mine because I've watched other people not be able to handle the workloads that I always found was easy, and I was like, hey,
target in certain circumstances.
Yeah.
And that's how I feel. I feel like that. I feel like if I were a different person, I could be BK. Like I could be in that situation. And God, I'd never fit in anywhere. I mean, ever. So I feel very bad about this whole situation with Idaho 4, and I think there's more to it, and I'm glad that you let me talk about it.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you hop up here and hang out too.
Yeah, I can't always. I can't do it all the time, but
I don't know. Maybe it was one of those nights we just had to talk about real shit, and not shit about speculation or that.
Just so people know, I'm pretty intelligent, and I've watched CJ
they know that.
For a long time. I did watch Dago too for a long time. I watched both of them. I just didn't see the whole situation. But
thank you.
Anyway,
you got I didn't ask anybody to. It was just all I asked was people to trust me, and if I act a certain reason that's not normal or not the everyday CJ, well, it's for a fucking reason. And usually when it gets that there is a reason, it's because it's been a reason for a long ass fucking time. You know what I mean? And that's all it is. So yeah, we need to do that conversations with CJ sometime. We got typically unique. Actually, I got to put those notifications out when this is over.
All right.
And I think I might play some Fortnite at the lounge. No, thank you, Yo. I think I might go to the lounge and play some Fortnite or something. I don't know, play some games or something for a little bit.
Gosh, I may now have a martini.
Yeah, watch me play some Fortnite. Something. If you guys play Fortnite, let me know and I'll invite you.
I don't know what Fortnite is. I don't have any idea.
It's good stuff. I'm gonna go be Rap Boy Eminem.
Anyway, good night, everybody. Sorry.
Good night, everybody. No, you're good. Thank you so much. I need to make some more coffee and get a snack, and then I'll be back. So if y'all want to, I'll probably be over at the lounge here in a few, getting ready to play some game or something. So
my dog has to go out again. All right.
I know. I need to too.
Good night.
Good night, everybody. Thank you. I appreciate you. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.